Honorable Letsie, please introduce yourself.
My name is Letsie, member of the committee and chairperson of the committee.
Yeah, thank you, Acting Chair. My name is Karabo Khachau, and I am an alternate member of this committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Acting Chair. My name is Matlodi Maseko, and I am the member on this committee.
Kilebogile temporary chair. Nina nami kisidukanelo Tshepo Low, ki member of committee.
Aware and salute. Ngwenkia Ahuniki. My name is Ashley Koike, the first Souls, and I am a member of the Committee for Higher Education and Training. Thank you.
Khotso Mbakgolo, lebitso ke Thabang Mohale, ke chairperson wa PSA Public Service Association mo Flavius Mareka TVET College. Ke a leboha.
Good morning, everyone. It's Fusi Rataba from Naptosa. Thank you. Secretary.
Good morning, everyone. The name is Tolo Isaac Majoro. I am the representative of Naptosa at Kronstadt campus.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ntabele Nzane, Flavius Mareka president.
Greetings, my name is Bafente Kele and I'm the Secretary General of the campus.
Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Acting Chair, members of the Portfolio Committee, Council Chair, the Principal, the DDG of the TVET branch, all protocols observed. Good morning. My name is Pule Patrick Mashele, the Acting Regional Manager for Gauteng Free State Region, TVET. Thank you.
Thanks, morning Chairperson and the colleagues. My name is Tamba Msipa from the Department of Higher Education and Training. At the head office, the Chief Directorate, Systems Planning and Institutional Support.
Greetings to all. Vito Mina Shipetso Nhlangwana. I'm the interim chairperson of council. Interim deputy chairperson of council. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, the acting chair. My name is Pelele Ntuli. I'm from the Department of Higher Education and Training. I'm the branch coordinator in the TVET branch.
Good morning, Honorable Chair of the Portfolio Committee and the honorable members, the honorable interim chair, Honorable Mseza, the chair of council and other council members present, the principal and all the executive management team of the college, organized labor and the student leadership that is here, and all the colleagues from the DHET, both at head office and the regional office. My name is Sam Zungu, Deputy Director General responsible for TVET. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, DDG, my chairperson, the SRC, and the rest of the colleagues, my executive management. My name is Begin Konyane, Ngiutisho Mkhulu wesikole.
Good morning. I am Busman Ngozo, the interim chair of the council.
Thank you very much. Good morning to everyone else. My apology to introduce myself very late. My name is Gaulatle. The surname is Khabo, and I'm a member of this portfolio committee. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee and the members of the Portfolio Committee. My name is Chelezani Eugene Ntsieng. I am the Deputy Principal of Finance at the college. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, and all present this morning, all protocol observed. It's Resha Singh, the Deputy Principal, Student Support Registrar and Student Support, currently holding as the Acting DP Academic Services as well. Thank you.
Good morning, honorable members, SRC leadership, and also the Labor Forum. My name is Mebalo Ntaji. I am the Assistant Director for Student Support Services at the college. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and members of the committee and all the members of this college. My name is Mokwai. Surname is Peko, responsible for corporate services. Thank you.
Corporate services in the college or in a particular department?
In the college, sorry. Flavius Mareka, sorry.
Good morning, everyone. All protocols observed. My name is Edwin Dipapang Lelosa. I'm the HR manager for the college. Thank you.
Dumelang batho ke Tshepo Tlhone. I'm the safety officer at Flavius Mareka. I'm also the union rep for Nehau. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson and the members of Parliamentary Committee. My name is, and all protocol observed, my name is Nkano Mhlapudi, the campus manager of Sasolburg campus.
Good morning, Acting Chairperson and Inter Leadership. My name is Mareme Soroka, the campus manager of Kronstadt.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Vusi Nkosi. I'm from the Directorate Grievance, Dispute and Misconduct. Thank you.
Where?
Based at head office, higher education and training.
Sure.
Sure.
Colleagues, can you please be precise when you introduce yourselves, because we can't assume or guess which department or which stakeholder you represent, please. Sure, you can continue.
Good morning, thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Siviwe Meke. I'm the servicing administrator working for NSFAS. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair of this forum and the entire house. My name is Olelwa Ntaba. I work for NSFAS.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Mahlatsi Khalane from DHET Communications. I'm the Principal Communications Officer.
Good morning, Chair, members, and colleagues. My name is Bitumelo Simela from DHET Communications and Media Liaison Intern.
Before you continue, there's something that happened there. I don't know what happened. Colleagues were standing when they were introducing themselves so that we can see who's speaking. But somewhere along the line, the chain broke there. If you could kindly stand when you're introducing yourselves, you'll be allowed to address the house sitting down as we continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, honorable members, colleagues, and everyone in attendance. My name is Obake Moloi. I'm an intern at TVET under Chief Directorate Systems Planning and Institutional Support.
Good morning, all protocol observed. I'm Belina Mraudzi from the Department of Higher Education and Training as Director in the Gauteng and Free State region. Thank you.
Good morning, Acting Chair, the House, all protocol observed. My name is Musabi Manoto from the DHET Infrastructure Support Directorate Universities.
Good morning, everyone. All protocol observed. My name is Ratanang Banda. I am the Deputy Director, Infrastructure Support at DHET. Thank you.
Good morning. All protocol observed. My name is Mudiegi Lekwane. I'm with the Gauteng Free State Regional Office as a Deputy Chief Education Specialist. Thank you.
Ndibulise kuwe bambela likasihlalo lendlu yonke ngokubanzi. Gama ngithanda uxolo Bhotomani, Committee Assistant.
Good morning, Chair, members of the committee, all of protocol observed. I'm Tumisang Khoro, the union rep from Nehau. Thank you. Shop steward.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Ruben Letuli. I'm the chairperson of Nahau branch at Flavius Mareka TVET College, also at Education Sasolbeck. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Paulina Mohobo. I am the branch secretary for PSA.
Greetings, Chair. All protocol observed. Name is Lumile Mbambo, chairperson of Flavius Mareka TVET branch from SATU, also a peer mentor for higher health.
Good morning, Chairperson. Sarake speaking. I'm representing SATU, the branch secretary. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Tsepo Mori, and I am the Standing Committee Secretary.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. All protocols observed. My name is Mampaho Mudiba, the Committee Content Advisor.
Good morning, Chair and everyone in the House. Agnetha Arendse. I'm the researcher for this committee.
Interim Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Sanele Zondo, a member of this portfolio committee.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Principal, can you please just get a person that is going to assist us with the mic, because we're not going to be requesting our colleagues to be running around with the mic and giving to other stakeholders here. So this is what we're going to do, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to move in this fashion. Firstly, we're going to request, in fact, I'm going to allow Mr. Letsia to give us the purpose of our visit in this particular institution. Thereafter, I'll allow for the chairperson of council, the interim chairperson of council, to then welcome us and give his address. Thereafter, it will be followed by the principal that will then lead the presentation. Obviously, it will be subject to how you have organized yourselves as an institution. Honorable Letsia.
Thank you very much. Acting Chair, maybe let's allow the institution to give us safety briefing.
Sure.
Then we'll take it from there.
Principal, your safety rep, if you can just take us through the primary safety measures, if there is an emergency. Principal, I had requested that a person that would serve for the purposes of giving the mic to members.
But I think I'm audible enough. Morning, thank you, Chairperson. Our ablution facility, ladies and gentlemen, at this site, just on my left, just on those two doors. And in case of emergency, please don't panic. Walk swiftly right through these glass doors to the front. That will be our assembly point. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, safety rep or office of the institution. So we've agreed with Mr. Letsia from where he's sitting there as he's delegated all powers to me that I'm going to give the purpose of this session. Of course, we've been on a long week oversight visit to a number of institutions in the Free State, a number of TVET colleges, 2 universities. And finally, the purpose of us being here is to also ensure that we are taking into confidence as the portfolio committee of the state of readiness, state of governance, and obviously all the other affairs of the key stakeholders of this institution being the students, the workers, and all stakeholders present. So now we're going to allow the acting council chairperson to formally welcome us in his institution, not yours, acting chairperson, but in the institution in which you lead currently. We'll allow for you to welcome us, and then the principal will be getting ready to then give us the presentation. You can come through.
You have 45 minutes for everything.
Honorable Chairperson, Ntate Tebogo Letsie, members of Portfolio Committee of Higher Education and Training, senior officials from Department of Higher Education led by Ntate Zungu, our DDG, members of the council, principal and management of the college, labor unions present, staff representatives of the college and student representatives. It is a privilege, by the way, to welcome you to Flavius Mareka TVET College on behalf of the council and the college management. In fact, your visit is of the most important value. As an oversight portfolio committee on higher education and training, it is for the development and improvement of the college towards the achievement of the vision and the mission. With those few words, I say, all you are welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair of Council. Principal, you can proceed. So, Principal, we have 40 minutes. So, from the 45 minutes, the chairperson has taken 4 minutes, and probably you're going to start in the next minute, so you'll have 40 minutes. At 10:30, you should be done with your presentation. What's going on, Chairperson of Council? No, but I gave you the podium, Chair of Council. Principal, please take your seat. But what I just want to emphasize is the fact that both of yourselves representing the institution have 45 minutes. So if you take 30, then the principal will have 10 minutes. Thank you very much.
So, I'm sorry. Colleagues, I will talk about the council composition. As Flavius Mareka College, we have 5 council members.
Chair, sorry to disturb you. Why is it that the presentations is not projected? If you can just have a person to assist with in the meantime while you proceed. Just proceed, Chair of Council.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Council is comprised of 5 members, ministerial appointees, in terms of Section 10, 4B of the CET Act of number 16 of 2026. In fact, we are awaiting the appointment of 5 external members to be appointed in terms of Section 10, 6 of CET Act number 16 of 2006. We have 5 recommended external candidates who went through interviews, and all required documents have been submitted to the TVET, which makes the college not to have the full composition of the council. And the interim chair and interim deputy were elected by the ministerial appointees. And therefore, the purpose of the council outlined in the CET Act states that we have to provide strategic direction to the college to enable the institution to fulfill its mandate of providing education and teaching to students, develop statutes and adopt policies which will assist the college management and staff to implement strategic plan, monitor and report on performance of the college, its management, staff, and fulfilling institutional strategic plan. And the council roles are as follows as per CET Act, and is just a summary of the council roles. The council plays an oversight role by ensuring that the college is managed and governed in accordance with the best practice and upholds to promote CET Act as well as other policies. The council approves college proposed annual budget and monitor expenditure against the reported budget. The council ensures that the college complies with the accreditation requirements necessary to provide learning programs in terms of standards and qualifications as registered on the National Qualification Framework. And the council must report to the minister on the overall management and governance of the college, overall performance of students in the college programs. And therefore, as the newly appointed ministerial appointees.
No, proceed, Chairperson. Your colleague there will assist with the projection. Just proceed.
Okay. We have so far achieved the following. We managed to have the schedule of meetings for 2025-2026 financial year, even if we are not yet full complemented council. However, there are some challenges there. Critical policies were reviewed and approved by the council, which is the finance and admissions. Other policies will be reviewed and approved by the council. Establishment of the audit and risk committee to ensure that qualified financials are prepared and presented to the council, and that interim audit and risk is being chaired by the deputy of the council, Mr. Ntlangwan. And we successfully conducted intensive interviews to select 5 external members who we recommended to DHET with different expertise. However, as a council, there are challenges that we are faced with. And we talked about challenges and mitigations here. And one of them is non-appointment of external council members since 2034. We are still waiting. And documents submitted to DHET, we are awaiting appointment by minister. That is why we don't have full complement of the council, which makes it difficult for us to have subcommittees, functional subcommittees, to support the running of the college. College management is functioning with shortage of staff and vacant posts for deputies. Recommendations are that for acting by senior staff members, because as you have alluded, you have heard that Mareka is deputy for two. Is the deputy for two sections, of which is giving a hard time. And also, some of the escalation of matters to
And please sort your projection as you commence the principal.
Thank you very much. Honorable Kakao asked me to be. I think as we prepared the slides, in the presentation, you will realize TVET College and what we are basically saying is that we are actually located Fezile Dabi. You may have that we have got 2 campuses there. So we pride ourselves with I will just jump the other slides because of time. And here we're just showing you the strategic focus. The college of choice, and as we do that, we actually we want to make sure that also we remain relevant and also grow the economy. So with council, and then we go successfully elected a week or 2 ago. Of the previous slide that we have and here is just basically like I said, we've got and we're basically reflecting on the programs that we are offering, and I know that the portfolio mention them one by one. So we basically actually doing this. So, but we just basically navigating our way around these things, and we want to make sure, as we want to make sure that at least there must be a teacher in front of the student. So whatever it takes, we make sure that we get that story right, because we believe it will be a very major transgression on our mandate if we actually do not get that right. And of course, like I said, the planning goes a long way. You're talking about all the things, the consumables, but also a chairperson also here being honest that we plan on time, we procure on time. Sometimes we get let down by others themselves, but we always make sure that we're having problems. We also have plans to fix it. So we have received all these consumables, but some of them, obviously, we could not. And so we are just going ahead, but we are fixing the problems as we go. Chairperson, this is just the academic year enrollment. These programs that we have on the NCV and Report 191, occupational programs, PLP, all of these, I'm just going to be very fast. All of these programs will give you currently a total number of students, which is 4,689, and with 2,554 FTEs, I mean. And this is just basically the population of the colleges, the population of the campuses and the programs. So Kroonstad is the biggest, I mean, Sosselberg is the smallest, and Kroonstad is actually number 2 on this. So these programs that we have are the to dwell on them. As the chairperson has said, that on the governance side, we are okay. We work very well with the 5 members, despite the fact that we still do not have the other ones. So they are very supportive on that. When you call them, they are actually on call. Even if we need special meetings, we do. But we also have our internal council members that we have appointed, as the Act would say, as the Act actually, commands, and we are fine. And we also, part of governance is the SRC. As I said, we have successfully elected them. And then administration and teaching and learning, like I said, there's quite a lot that is actually involved here. You have your textbook, you have your lecturers, you have got your classes, you have got your subjects allocation and everything. All of these processes, we manage to make sure that we get it in order. And safety and security chairperson, we are still dealing, and honestly, we are still dealing. We do not have the safety and security policy, but we are using the national framework guidelines in dealing, in actually getting a few things done and in actually dealing with that. So when we start with the council, our policies in a draft, we will get council to be able to do this. But the national framework is actually helping in that we are able to now do and comply with quite a number of things. Security measures, as you would have seen, we make sure that we protect staff and students by actually making sure that we have at least the minimum security measures that we put in place in order to be able to do that. And we have the security guards, we have the cameras around, we have got the boom gates, we have got the alarms, we have got security meetings that we sit to evaluate the situation. So these are the things that then students are actually searched. Everyone who gets in, even if they are going to class, they would have to empty their bags to make sure that they are not carrying weapons and all the other things. And the OHS, as you know, that takes care, every institution has to comply with this. So safety committees, we have them, we have put them in place. The Act also compels you to have the inspections conducted, and we do. The Act also compels you to have the first aiders, we have 25 of them. The Act compels you to have, firefighters, we have 25 of them, and all the first aid that we are required to have in all our campuses. When we also continue with the safety of students, and we are saying we protect them while on campus, we would like to also extend that even while off campus. So we have made sure that we teamed up with South African police to ensure that at least all the safety of campuses are members of your South African police forums and all the structures, the schools, so that at least we extend this kind of support. And we also make sure we have got the 2 student accommodations that are owned by the college, and we make sure that in those we also have protection for the students. We have cameras for them, especially in female accommodation. Rights. So I think GPV. We also make sure this is one particular subject that, as we know, that GPV is one particular problem that engulfs the country, and we want to make sure that also our students are part of making sure that we actually deal with the scourge. So we have, as I said, we have the gender-based violence framework. We have the female staff, students protected. we encourage our students to talk because, you know, it starts with breaking silence to deal with the issues of GBV. So we also have on campus or in-house, we have teamed up with Higher Health. They support us a lot with dealing with issues of mental health for students and all the counseling that they require. And so we are fine with that. So this slide, I will just basically go through it. I'll just jump it because of time. So this basically shows the performance of the college, and we've decided to actually give you or give you the performance of the college from. I think it starts from. We have broken it from 2023 to 2023-24. All I can say is that when we started, if you look at 2022, the performance of the college was not quite well. But as you move 2022, 2023, you realize that actually it is picking up. And this is as a result of the improvement plans that, because once we are done, we are looking at why the subjects, we analyze the results, what is it, what happened, where we went wrong, what should we do better, and what interventions are we doing. If I had time, I would tell you the interventions would start from the peer tutoring to lecturer development and all of these things, but all of this would give you this picture. But Chairperson, I need to be brutally honest as well, that if you look at the performance of the engineering programs, it's not good. And if you look at all the years, it's actually consistent. So we are basically saying that we are going to actually do more in dealing with this thing, and we are trying to get more equipment and so that we can be able to, even the learning management system that we believe can help students deal with the issues. So this slide is basically, it's also showing the dropouts. We also have the number of dropouts, Chairperson. This is as a result of quite a conglomerate, it's a conglomerate of a number of factors that are actually getting here. You have the issues around NSFAS payment. You know, when they get NSFAS, NSFAS gives them allowances for traveling, allowances for accommodation. The minute you have these payments delayed, what it results in is that then the students don't come to class, after which they also not be able to pass. And when they don't pass, NSFAS socio-economic ills that we deal with and that they deal with. Students have got issues. They've got very serious issues with their homes. Some of them are heading households. It is a very tough situation, but we help where we can. I had said here that this slide is just basically the student is what we do in order to be able to cap this. I will just move over. The results, the analysis of results, it's an exercise that I said we conduct all the time in order to be able to improve our academic performance. And basically, I will just move over this slide. So, and the common assessments becomes part of those things. I will move. And I think this slide is also the student dropout. It's just the ongoing support that we provide to students. Here all the other support as well. I think so. This is what we do as a college to help improve the performance of students. I'll actually move over it. And this slide shows the kind of numbers that we have in actually, because we normally, even beyond just teaching, we normally make sure that when they prepare for exams, this is what the college, the previous slides would show, this is what the college does, and this is what happens. These are the numbers that we reach. But students who are serious come to us so that they can be able to be prepared and be supported in their studies. Mental health, I've talked about it, so like health and wellness issues and counseling, like I said, we have the in-house, and we make sure that our students are also taking this seriously. And we do have students actually visiting the counseling session, and we find that to be very much helpful. I think this is blood donation. These are the exercises around health issues. I'll move over, and I'll move over this one as well. And this is all still health issues. I am sure you'll be interested in this one, Chairperson. This slide shows the funding of students. And again, we broke it down to 2023, 2024, and you can see what we are getting from NSFAS. The figures are self-explanatory there. And then obviously then it carries on. So we're also getting some funding from the SITAs. We have a relationship with the SITAs, and we get funding there, especially on our occupational programs that we have been accredited for. An accommodation issue. I'll be very brief on this one, that as you would know, Chairperson, that the college was not involved in dealing with the issues of private accommodation. And this resulted to a situation where the private accommodation providers would actually exploit our students, and to a very large, to a degree that they would charge them for higher rents, and others actually, I'm told recently, they would even ask for sexual favors in order to be able to give them accommodation. And I was very happy when NSFAS then actually conducted the process of actually accrediting the service provider, so which means now they are going to come up with very serious rules and very serious compliance issues if you want to continue to be a provider. So we have now started to engage the service providers, and in fact, I think NSFAS is targeting, I don't know how many beds CFO, NSFAS is targeting a whole lot of accommodation providers, but so far the response is not good. And they wanted to keep the situation as private and non-formal as it were. But we are busy dealing with it at the moment. So this slide just basically shows the activities that the college is involved in. We are dealing with a service provider that NSFAS gave us to deal with the issues. So we were hoping that we will see a very great response when we deal that. So this one also is a continuation of the slide. I won't say much. And of course, these are the interventions that we have, and they continue. Like I said, there's only 5 that we have, and these are the ones that have actually decided to come on board as far as our college goes. This is another overview of the finances of the college. Now, with the funding from TVET over the years 2023, 2024, and I won't necessarily speak to the figures, but they go as far as that. And you can see that we do not get a lot of money, Chairperson. Maybe when you go back to Parliament, you will help us when we deal with the issues of the budget vote. And with the minister there. So with the institutions, so this is basically has for the past, I think, how many years? Since 2019 to 2024, been receiving a very negative audit opinion. This owes its existence to a number of issues, but we are hoping, the AG is on campus now, we are hoping that with the year that we were given to change the situation. I joined the institution last year, and the CFO joined the institution last year, and by the time we came, AG was almost on campus. We have fixed everything, we have done all we can, and I can guarantee you now, if I get a negative audit opinion, I don't know, should I put my job on the line?
No, it's up to you, Principal, as we proceed.
So, but I'm very much hopeful that we will change the situation around. With the help of council, everything, the internal controls that we have put in place and improved is going to give us quite a lot. In fact, in our meetings, AG is quite happy about it. So, but we hope that the situation will change. And this is the infrastructure. And again, Chairperson, ngicela ukuceba uMinister that this is the kind of, this is the money that we received for maintenance, which is the maintenance grant, so that we keep and maintain the infrastructure. So this is the money we had received over the years, and I can tell you now there is nothing left. And last year we did not have the allocation of the maintenance grant. And this is owing to what Treasury is saying, the public purse is dwindling, and therefore they are taking the money to, and prioritize it to other places. So therefore the department was not able to give us the financial support that they would usually do in order to deal with this. But I can tell you now, the need is very dire. So because we've got quite a lot, because if infrastructurally this is what we are grappling with, and if you cannot maintain the very small ones that you have, it becomes very much a problem. So these are this slide just basically shows the infrastructure development project which we have, and it was the last one that we have from the project that we had. So basically this slide again shows the certification issues, and it's just as we, in as much as we have had some backlog issues with the certification, I think what I can say on the slide is that we are seeing the improvement now on the provision of this, and the interaction with the national office, regional office is really helping as well to improve this particular situation. We have also decided to give you this one when we're talking about the HR and PPN issues. We felt that we needed to give you the staff establishment issue. Perhaps we will want to know how many we are. So we have a total of 244 staff members at the college. You have the number of lecturers here. So at the executive level, you have 5, but 1 is not here, and that's the reason 1 is acting. So 1 is gone away with our position, and as you know that we cannot therefore fill that position because she's still holding the post. And you have assistant directors, you have middle management, you have, so all of these are giving you. So Chairperson, I think also it would interest you on the transformation level, that as a country, as a TVET college, we are also supposed to contribute to the whole issue of government targets, and it's one of them is the transformation profile of the college. And if you look from 2021 to 2024, you would realize that that red line is basically showing that the appointment of white employees is actually going down. And if you look at the blue one, we are standing at 88%, so which means now we are actually having more designated groups appointed than white employees. So if you look at this, we have got the gender profile there will show you. The red one represents women or female employees, and the blue one would represent the male employees. And if you can tell, female employees are much more than actually they're in majority than men. So which means we are doing our best in dealing with the issues of equity and gender balance and all of those as government, drives in dealing with this. So the race narrative, we have got 1 colored, we have got 2 Indians, 25 whites, Africans 211, foreign nationals there are 5, and altogether we are 244. So this is just PPN. Really, this slide is just basically all about, it simply says We have the structure approved by the minister, and these are the processes. There were a lot of processes that we needed to embark upon in order to actually deal with the post-provisioning norm process. So I won't necessarily dwell much on it. And acting appointments, we have spoken about them. I won't necessarily talk more. That we are dealing with this because the wage bill, as I said, is huge. The work needs to be done, but we are trying to correct the situation with the DDG corporate services, and we are looking into how we can deal with it. For instance, I am having now almost 30 funded vacant posts that I cannot fill, but we are fixing that with the department and seeing how we can go about it. And these are the recommendations, and I'm sure the chairperson will have. Partnerships. These are the partnerships we have in relation to the programs we offer, and these are the partners. I won't necessarily mention them, but we have them, and we have many more, but we've decided to actually put these. And we have also partnerships with the sitters, and they help us a lot with the funding, and they are just there. We have actually tabled them, this is continuing. Your National Skills Fund, these are the programs that they are helping us finance. So it goes on. It goes on. This is also all as a result of the placement and all of the intentions programs, all as a result of the sitters that are helping us, achieve our goal. So this is just basically it. I think I'm about to finish. We do not want to sound like a broken record, but limited funding are the issues. PPN issues are the challenges. Accommodation issues, we have actually reflected on them. So where the committee can help, we will actually appreciate. So this is just a continuation of the issues and the enrollment summary. So this is actually a continuation of the issues that we have. Pockets of success. We are saying we are good in making relationships and they work for us. And we have got the biggest one being Sasol, being the biggest supporter of the college. So we are running a very good hairdressing. If members maybe come next time, one is here. You can get a nice clean shave, a bald head, and you can get your hair done. So we're running a very beautiful salon, and this is as a result of this program. So we are also joining the cyber side security and the robotics and the 4IR space. And we're actually completing one workshop that is funded by Sasol. And we are a center of specialization when it comes to plumbing. And we would like to also make sure that we become an electric also trade test center. And we are talking to our colleagues with providing the special classes and the equipment for that. And please help us, committee members, to become yet another special center of specialization by adding electrical engineering to it. So we acknowledge your arrival. We acknowledge government's commitment to the funding of the TVET sector and the prioritization of it. And therefore we hope that with your support, we will become the institutions of choice that we would like to become if we're getting all that it takes right. And I thank you.
Thank you very much, Principal. So the next stakeholder that we're going to have in the podium, which I'm going to give 30 minutes, we have common practice that labor or the labor unions formulate one presentation. So I'm going to give them 30 minutes to do their presentation, and then they'll be followed by the SRC. Labor. Principal, if I didn't know better, I would say you've been watching our our sessions this past 4 days, just looking at your presentation, but members will of course interrogate and then critique and then just interact with your presentation. Thank you very much for your presentation yet again. You have consolidated your report, Labour, right? It's consolidated. All right. You can proceed.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee. I greet to all members of ESCO, Chairperson of the Council, campus managers of our sister college, my colleagues, and organized labor. Chairperson, all the issues that are going to be presented now, it's a consolidation of the inputs from various organized labor in our institution. As we present, Chairperson, we want our management to take a reflection of what is going to be presented. And I feel intimidated, Chairperson, even in class when I'm busy presenting a lesson, I always call my student to order that there should not be movement, but I do understand. Honorable members, the presentation as it is conducted by myself, mandated by the organized labor, is based on the following. On the first question of the readiness of the college for academic year 2025. The organized labor overwhelmingly agreed that the college is not ready. The college has never been ready. And one of the issues that has been highlighted by organized labor is the following. Online applications, they agreed, they concluded that it does not serve its purpose. The reason is because the date, the time set aside for registration will always be extended. It will take longer. College has never been ready. Communication during registrations is always unclear. Hence, during an imbizo, the principal of the college indicated that he is disturbed that there is an over-registration of students. We had hoped that it will also be highlighted. When it comes to the resources, we all agreed that resources are always inadequate from each beginning of the academic year. And we are referring to the textbooks, we are referring to the appointment of lecturers, which destabilizes the operations of the institution. Now let's look at the challenges that are faced by the workers. The first one is budget allocation. Late allocation of budget always lead to a delay in an issue of procurement, such as consumables, which are always needed for the effective running of the college. And those are stationery, cartridges, toners, cleaning material, PPE for both support staff and students, as well as I've just indicated, textbooks. The issue which was raised is that in 2024 procurement was closed with immediate effect in September of previous year 2024. And this led to a lack of recourse for the last quarter of 2024, therefore leading to no budget allocation for closed college beginning 2025. When it comes to staffing, academic staff are used for or during registration. Late appointment of lecturing staff as per projections made for new academic year. We find that now, according to the readiness, when every academic year starts, there must be a lecturer in front of the students. The learning material must be and should be available in order for the presentation of the lesson. Unfortunately, this hampers progress in terms of the presentation of the lesson. Chair, as organized labor, we are always concerned by the unilateral movement of staff and post-matching by the management without proper discussions and conditions of employment, as well as the service with the staff. That concerns us. Staff training is always not prioritized. Like I indicated earlier, communication is always sifted. It is not presented as early as possible before the beginning of the academic year for the next year. Staff contracts are not aligned, Chairperson, according to the program duration and allocation. We have a problem of overload. Staff work is always overloaded due to the registration, which is always discovered late that we have over-enrolled. Full-time posts are occupied by the interns. Acting policy is not adhered to as per the Labor Relations Act. Employee wellness. On paper, we say we have an employee wellness. And the day when employee wellness is going to be put in operation, classes will still continue as normal. That means when you are done with a lesson for that particular period, you need to rush to a place where wellness is going to take place. However, when you arrive there, not all services that are going to be provided by the health institution is going to be free. You have to pay on your own pocket on certain services. Bursary allocation for the staff always is not clear. Employee recognition and rewards, the principal has just indicated on the performance of the college, but the college will instead acknowledge the performance of the students at the expense of the very people who ensured that students are performing well. PPN is always compromised in as far as the academic, and it is not fully implemented according to the new organogram. Chairperson, organized labor is concerned about nepotism and favoritism. Is concerned about the victimization and the bullying of staff by some of the management. Lecturing staff are offered subjects that they are not employed for. Facilities. Chairperson, I'm going to give an example that at home, when visitors are coming, the whole house is turned upside down simply because there are visitors coming. It is the case with us here. The beauty that you see now, when you leave, the very same venue is going to be a classroom. The very same venue now. We remove everything and then it becomes a what? Just behind that, I'm not sure what you call the thing. There's a board there where you are able to present the what? The lesson. Facilities is pathetic. We have a shortage of classrooms to host large groups. Lessons are conducted in the hall, like I just said. Outdated workshops, engineering, people are crying that side. There are no workshops, no practicum rooms, or even simulation. We have a block, it's called LC block. is not conducive for teaching and learning. I wish I could take all of you, we move to those blocks so that now you see yourself the kind of facilitation that we have. Classes are inaccessible, particularly for those students with disabilities. Fortunately, perhaps it's deliberate, but fortunately, we never had a student on wheelchair who registered here. But you can imagine if that was the case, they will not be able to have access to ablution. They will not be able to have access to the classroom. I hope my job will still be safe after this presentation. As I've indicated, there are not enough workshops to host all programs that are offered by the college. For instance, NCV students have to vacate a workshop in order to make provision for occupational programs. Labor is not involved in all the safety committees. Safety communication with all staff, for example, eviction and drilling. Chairperson of the committee, next to our establishment, we have a giant, a big, this international company here, Sasofen. Every Thursday, they conduct what is called drill. Students ask, Manuel, what's going on because there is this sound? We say, no, they are conducting a safety drill. Then they say, what about us? What about us? Because it has never happened in the establishment of this place. It has never happened that we have a sudden safety drill where they assemble at a particular place in order to effectively show them what should happen during an emergency. No cafeteria for staff during their lunch or tea breaks. Classroom and staff are used for breaks and otherwise, which makes it inconvenient for maintenance of staff to perform their duties at most times. If we take it to engineering, Chairperson, ablution is inadequate. The facilities there are not conducive. When it comes to Wi-Fi, not everyone has access because there are certain sections where now we are unable to access Wi-Fi. Tools of trade, Chairperson, we have laptops. Fortunately, this mine, I was praying that it must not disappoint me. You can go to town and come back, the laptop will still be struggling to be on. But we have made a request and it's been favorably considered. Practical workshops, consumable procured are of inferior quality and may lead to students not receiving full exposure in terms of practicals and work readiness. Workshop consumables will always be received late. Textbooks, if they have been ordered, they will arrive late, and this chairperson will always lead to the dropping of the results, which at the end of the day, you need to account as a lecturer. Appointment of college council. I'm glad that the chairperson of the council has, at least for the first time, giving us the reason why we are unable to form a full component. At least we now understand what are the reasons, because each time when we make inquiries as to why is council not sitting, we get different reasons, but at least for now we know. The college is currently operating on a functional council, and this will always lead to a negative impact on the college operations. For example, approval of policies. Chairperson, most of the policies that we have are a draft. I happen to look on the system, the previous policy of the council. It's a 2012 council, Chairperson. Most of the policies that we have are a draft. Now let's look at the recommendations which organized labor have put forward. Budget allocation should be completed and communicated to the different department prior to the start of the new academic year. Staff should be hired prior the start of the academic year, and staff contracts should be aligned to the duration and the allocation of programs. Chairperson, we as Flavius Mareka, particularly organized labor, there seems to be a misunderstanding of the word headhunt. You call 10 people for the proper recruitment procedure, and then at the end of the day, you say you have headhunted, and yet you invited 10 people for the shortlisting and interview. We seem not to understand exactly what is meant by headhunting. Please just cool us in this forum. Staff should be allocated programs that they were initially appointed for. If there is a need for reshuffling, this must be communicated in due course with the staff members involved. Rotation. Chairperson, we have people who have been in acting positions, some for more than 3 years. And if a person is active on a particular position for more than 3 years, automatically it creates an expectation for that particular person. Why can't HR check the qualification and the experience and say, if there's a need for a particular post for people to act, allow the people to rotate so that now all of them experience or get experience and exposure at the same time. Not that one person is acting for more than 3 years. And why should that be the case? Lecturers should not be used for registration, Chairperson. We are pleading. Instead, they must be allowed to prepare lessons for the academic year. Training for new programs need to start and must start as soon as possible. This window dressing that we see for your visit, the college should be ready on daily basis instead of acting like we do things properly. Employee wellness, I spoke about it, should be prioritized. The management should align policies such as acting policy, as I've just indicated, recruitment policy, succession plan. It must also be highlighted and be looked at. The college labor forum must be implemented and must be fully functional. We just met 3-4 weeks ago to establish labor forum. And as we looked, we realized that, okay, the institution received information that you are coming maybe 2 months ago. Then, chiki, now we establish a labor forum. When we're supposed to have a meeting for labor forum, no, it's going to be virtual. The very first time of the labor forum, we have to have it on virtual. No, it's uncalled for, Chairperson. Facilities management should make provision for bigger facilities. Mobile classes should be recommended. Workshop facilities such as machinery should be regularly checked and serviced to ensure smooth running of the practicals. Management should make sure that the college align itself with all the health and the safety regulation. As we speak, one of our staff members is being hospitalized because she slipped on an uneven place as she was walking out.
Yeah, move towards conclusion.
All right. Tools of trade for staff, laptops should be upgraded. Textbooks should be ordered prior. Workshop consumables should also be ordered on time. Chairperson, appointment of the college council, I spoke about that. And then thank you very much, Chairperson. Please, my job should still be safe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Labor.
Thank you,
students, President, please come take us through. Maybe just to clarify the issue of acting chairperson and stuff. I had asked Honorable Msezana to stand in for a second. I was just busy with, he was not a stand-in, what is that? An acting.
was just a standing president.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm the President of the SRC. 2025 SRC. SRC status. Readiness of the college for the 2025 academic year. Challenges faced by students at the college. Accommodation issues. Lack of educational infrastructure. Lack of permanent lectures. Overall impact on academic performance. Insufficient and non-existing existence of student parliament. Recommendation to take the challenge forward. And then number 4, the SRCPOA. Readiness of the college for the 2025 academic year. I don't think the college is ready for the 2025 academic year. A lot still needs to be done with regards to the college being ready. Academic matters still needs to be addressed and how they can better the lives of the students. A solid relationship between the management and students can better bridge the gap that exists. Accommodation, unpaid accommodation. Delayed NSFAS payment prevents students from paying for accommodation, leading to potential eviction of housing instability. Relocation and increased costs. Students may need to move further from campus, increasing transport costs and negatively impacting attendance. Private accommodations may not qualify. Standards set may be too high for student accommodation. NSFAS may not fund unaccredited accommodations, putting students at risk of exploitation by landlords, which we are experiencing. Lack of educational infrastructure, limited resources, overcrowded classrooms, and inadequate labs affect the quality of education, e.g., ECD, PLP, engineering. Outstanding equipment, lack of funding delays the purchase of maintenance of essential tools and equipment, especially in technical programs, e.g., engineering, hair care, and plumbing. Poor connectivity, insufficient funds for technology and internet access disrupt students' ability to complete assignments and research. Lack of permanent lectures. Temporary staff. Reliance on temporary lectures disrupt courses, continuity, and quality, e.g. engineering. Weak student-teacher relationship. Inconsistent teaching staff prevent students from receiving consistent support and guidance. Incompetent and inadequate lectures. Lack of expertise. Budget constraints may lead to hiring inadequate staff, compromising the quality of education. Ineffective teaching. Poor teaching method form incompetent lectures hinders students' understanding and academic progress. Lack of recorded marks. Results in no academic records prevent access to funding. Insufficient and non-existence of student parliament. Ensuring accountability for SRC and management. Lack of public communication affects students. No structured update on academic matters. Constitution misaligned with the ECT Act. Outdated policy hinders SRC effectiveness. Overall impact on academic performance. Decreased engagement. Housing instability, lack of resources, and poor teaching affect students of focus, engagement, and academic success. Increased dropout rates. Financial strain combined with poor infrastructure and teaching leads to high dropout rates. Recommendation to take the college forward. Addressing accommodation issues in TVET colleges, especially Flavius Mareka. Accredited accommodation for students. Solution 1. Partner with local property owners and landlords to create a network of accredited, affordable, off-campus accommodation options. Solution 2. Establish strict criteria for accredited, ensuring that off-campus housing meets safety, quality, and student welfare standards. On-campus accommodation for TVET college students. Solution 1, increase investment in expanding on-campus housing facilities, prioritizing the construction of new domain or student apartments. Solution 2, improve existing on-campus housing by upgrading infrastructure, ensuring clean, safe, and comfortable living space. Addressing lack of educational infrastructure. Upgrade existing facilities. Solution 1, increase government and institutional investment to upgrade existing classrooms, workshops, and laboratories to meet current educational standards. Solution 2, regularly audit the conditions of infrastructure to identify key areas of improvement and prioritizing renovations and expansions. Enhance technology infrastructure. Solution 1, ensure access to modern technological tools and equipment in classrooms and workshops, enabling hands-on industries relevant training. Solution 3, provide students and lecturers with access to computers and software programs necessary for their courses. Addressing lack of educational infrastructure. Number 3, industrial collaborations for infrastructure development. Solution 1, forge partnerships with local industries and businesses to secure funding, equipment, and expertise for educational infrastructure. Solution 2, set up industry-specific training labs, workshops, and simultaneous that aligns with skills required in the job market. Improve student support service and facilities. Solution 1, develop dedicated study areas, libraries, and quiet zones to provide a conducive environment for academic work and independent study. Solution 2, invest in student support services such as council centers, career development hubs, and workshops to enhance the overall learning experience. Offering long-term contracts, recommendations to take the college forward. Offering long-term contracts and renewal system for lectures. Solution 1, provide long-term contracts to qualified lecturers to ensure job stability and retention. Solution 2, implement a contract renewal process where lecturers are notified 2 months before the end of the year, allowing adequate time for evaluation and adjustments. Solution 3, establish clear criteria for contract renewal based on performance, student feedbacks, and alignment with industrial trends. Solution 4, offer incentives such as career advancement opportunities and professional development programs to ensure long-term commitment. Solution 5, ensure timely and transparent communication regarding contract renewal decisions to reduce uncertainty and improve job satisfaction. Strict recruitment, addressing incompetent and inadequate lectures. Number 1, strict recruitment standards. Solution 1, implement recruitment criteria that ensures lecturers possesses the necessary qualification, industry experience, and pedagogical skills. Solution 2, require lecturers to a minimum level of qualification relevant to the teaching subject, along with professional certifications where applicable. Continuous professional development, CPD. Solution 1, mandate regular training and development programs for all lecturers to keep them up to date with the latest industry trends, teaching methods, and technologies. Solution 2, offer funding and sponsorships for lecturers to attend workshops, conferences, and certificate courses relevant to the area of expertise. the SRC POA. Purpose: outline the SRC goals and strategies for student advocacy and campus improvement. Number 2, key area: focus on student rights, academic support, welfare, campus development, and social engagement. Setting priorities: identify and address key student issues through actionable goals. Implementation: specify steps, collaborates with stakeholders and mentors program. Communication: provide regular updates and actively engage students for feedback. Benefits: empower students, strengthens community, and improves relationships with college administrations. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the SRC. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to formally hand over to the chairperson. He's not just going to grab the mic and say things. I will formally give over to him. And then I've been very generous. When I was speaking to the chairperson, Labour, he was saying you should have given them 15 minutes and I gave yourselves 30 minutes. And also the SRC, we did not stop them. They had to just do their presentation freely. So we're going to now have a session where the members of the portfolio committee are going to ask questions. And I'm still at the helm. I'm going to give the members 20 minutes each. If they have follow-ups, I'll give them a further 5 minutes to deal with matters after they are done. But what we're going to request humbly of management and the department and other stakeholders is that when you respond to questions, you respond precisely to the question and you listen attentively. We've had a very long week where when stakeholders respond, they meander and speak all type of things that we are not asking or members are not asking. And we are here representing Parliament of South Africa as a portfolio committee. And there are thousands, if not millions of people watching this session that are concerned by they are concerned of the education of their children. So kindly do listen attentively and respond to the questions accurately. Where you can't respond, kindly say so. The committee is very lenient in allowing yourselves to write to us properly the responses that are required. Honorable Mr. Letsie, you can have your chair back.
Thank you. In the meantime, NSFAS, please respond.
Is it fine now? Thank you, Chairperson, and welcome back. I think I've noted one question or one issue with regards to the presentation from the principal. And it spoke to the issue of the payments that are delayed by NSFAS. As I had explained before, but I'm going to explain it again for the benefit of the principal, assuming he did not watch yesterday. So for us, NSFAS, to make payment, we rely on there are certain processes that need to be followed in order for us to make payments. One of the key things that need to happen, we need to get approved allowances from DHET. When that is delayed, then we equally delay to do disbursement. Secondly, it's the issue of the registration data. Because remember, we have the pocket, but we don't know the amount that is due in terms of tuition or whether the student qualifies for transport or accommodation. So when we get the registration data, it is then that we are able to make payments. So in other instances, for example, there are students that I know from 2024 that we still have not paid because in as much as their funding has been confirmed by NSFAS, however, we have not received registration data from the college. So those are some of the issues that have an impact in us delaying in making payments. So that's the only thing that I think the principal highlighted. In terms of the SRC, I think one of they highlighted 4 challenges that I think speak to NSFAS. She mentioned that they have unpaid accommodations, and I assume she's talking about the accommodation that is now accredited by NSFAS. Again, this speaks to the first point. Remember, if we are not making payment, we will not pay any allowance because we need that registration data to tell us if the student, is on accommodation versus transport. However, there are students whom would pay living allowance but don't make payment in terms of their accommodation. Because for us to pay accommodation, we rely on solution partners. So when we don't receive an invoice from the solution partner, then it becomes difficult for us to make payments. So NSFAS, in terms of the accredited accommodations, we don't pay the money directly to the student, but rather pay it to a solution partner. So when that solution partner does not give us the invoice, then we don't make payment until we have received the correct invoice. Others would invoice, but you find that the invoice is actually incorrect in terms of the offer letter that we have given that solution partner. Then in terms of the relocation, I think she speaks to the issue of you find Guti, there's a property that we have accredited and it's far from the campus where the student is studying. So in terms of that, NSFAS has an agreement and it's part of the accreditation process whereby if you reside further, say you are 20 kilometers away from the campus where the student is studying, that accredited partner needs to provide transport. So the issue of relocation, where if we find the student was staying in an non-accredited property that doesn't meet the standard, we then request them to move and they cry and say, no, that one is too far. It should not be an issue for them to move to the accredited accommodation provider that meets the standard of NSFAS, because that accredited provider is supposed to provide transport and is not supposed to charge transport to the students. So moving students to a better accommodation that meets that standard should not be an issue. In terms of her highlighting that it becomes difficult for private accommodation or those that are not yet accredited to be accredited. That, unfortunately, what we have discovered is that most of the time it's an issue of a rezoning certificate. And unfortunately, it's not a certificate that is given by NSFAS, but it's a municipality issue. However, because we understand and we want all those properties that meet the standard, the acting CEO has made a commitment to say he is going to meet with all the municipalities that are affected in terms of not issuing rezoning certificates to find out what is the issue so that he can better assist the accommodation providers. The last one that, I think I've responded to everything that she, currently we have accredited 4 accommodation providers under Flavius for different campuses, and we still have other accommodation providers that have submitted a request to be accredited that we are looking into. So currently we have a total of 94 beds that's available. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Students, this unpaid accommodation, is it for this year or last year?
I believe for both last year and this year. There's a lot of students who have dropped out that has not been paid housing allowances.
NSFAS, why have you not paid last year as well?
Chairperson, as I had already alluded, when we make payment, so if I'm going to be paying you, I pay all the allowances. So if your registration data has not been received, then it will affect all your allowances. So for those that we have not paid, we need to check, was the registration data received from the college? And if the registration data has been received, when was it received? Was it before or after the cutoff date? So those would be the issues that we have to zoom into in order to give an accurate answer to say this property has not been paid because of this reason. Thank you, Chairperson.
Yeah, whilst we're still in the meeting, please check that with your head office. Which accommodation for last year? I don't understand, principal or deputy president, deputy principal academics. Why have we not sent NSFAS registration data?
Sorry, Chair, before the principal comes in, remember, when we talk about accredited properties, they would house maybe, let's say, 20 students. Of that 20, you'll find we've paid 15 and the other 5. So what would assist in this regard is not really to look into, because I know which properties have been paid. I have the file, but I need to know which students we are talking about so that I can be able to say, this one we have not paid because the invoice was not received, or this one has not been paid because the registration data remains outstanding.
Yeah. You have accredited accommodation, let's say there are 2, and one is 20 students. You'll check on what you have paid. Maybe you've paid 10. Then you should be able to check on your own system why you've paid 10, right? So deal with it with the students there, because they are saying there are those that you have not paid from last year. This year, principal, I don't know, where is the deputy principal academics? Artalo Setor. Why have we not sent NSFAS registration data for this year? Or is out? Why have you not sent registration data to NSFAS? Take the mic, please.
It's the finance section, Almin, on our central office that submits the registration data, ma'am. Registration data has been submitted. And we've got information of the students that have received the transport. So registration data has been submitted. We've got proof and we can send it to you. We can even reflect it on email. The registration data has been submitted.
Okay. It's
I
fine.
think these are common.
Students, principal says he has also heard that this accommodation people also were asking for sexual favors from students who stays in the accommodation. Do you have an idea? Have you heard about it?
To be honest, I have not heard about it, but they have been harassed in certain ways. Like they will be verbally harassed, but I don't know about the sexual favors. I have not heard about it.
They've been harassed by who?
They are landlords. Because the incident happened this week on Monday that we had to deal with at Mpahari campus. One student, I don't know what happened, but she said usually she takes the key to home with her. Her home is at Bothaville. Now she's based in Kronstadt because of, yes. So now she goes home because she on recess because she's an engineering student. So now she goes home with the key, and then when she comes back, the landlord starts to insult her with words, telling her she needs to be evicted because now she hasn't been even paid for her rent. Ka nako eo, o tshwere tjhelete ya rent ko yena, but still, a mo rwaka, a ba mo leleka. So now we had to find accommodation for her, but now she's good, she's sorted.
Have you reported this to management?
Yes, my HOD at college campus knows about this.
Principal, in this instance, what are you going to do? Because can't have accommodation owners harassing our students. What is the stance of the TVET?
Chairperson, thank you very much. As we are saying that this is very unfortunate because then it happens. This is, but what we have, what we recommend, the accreditation process will then lead to a situation where service providers like this are brought to books and be disaccredited so that we do not. In fact, this is one of the things that we will bring to the attention of NSFAS so that we start the process of de-accrediting people like this, and of course some of these things if they are legal, will also be reporting them to the police because we have the relationship with them.
Okay. And as far as the institution, you must have a session with your providers. We can have accommodation providers behaving like the untouchable. They can do as they please to students who are stranded. Honorable Maseko.
Thank you very much, Chair, and then to the presenters. I appreciate your time for having a chat with us. I just want to start by asking the principal. So you do have your common date of the college. What is your interpretation? Why are you the principal? When you took that position, what is it that you wanted to achieve in this college?
Okay. Our core mandate, Honorable Member, is to be part of the institution that provides the skills workforce that is ready to be, so that we can actually produce students and citizens that will be economically active, and through providing obviously the skills that we require. And I wanted to be part of that in leading the institution that does basically that.
Okay, by doing what? What was your, in achieving that, because you wanted to be part of that, you wanted to achieve that? What are the things that you felt you are going to prioritize in implementing to be part of that?
Number one, but we, obviously as a principal, you provide leadership of the institution, in the institution. You ensuring that you get as many strategic partners to deliver on the core mandate as you possibly can. And of course, they have just, even now, they have just talked about the infrastructure issues and the equipment issues that are not in line. So what we do is basically ensuring that you lead the institution, you see to it that the finances of the institution are correct, you see to it that the skills that you provide are in line, and your program qualification mix
Okay,
is
thank you very much. So what did you prioritize? How long have you been a principal?
A year.
A year. Okay. And then, sorry, chairperson, interim chair or chair?
Interim chair.
Okay, how long have you been with the council?
It's 9 months.
9 months. Okay, so you share the year. Okay. Interim Chair, what advice, no, before, Principal, if you can take the mic. What is it that you identified when, after you got into this institution, that you said you are going to prioritize? What were the issues that were urgent to you? The short term, and you can leave the long terms. The short terms that you said, this I have to immediately fix. What were the issues that you identified?
The issues that I immediately, that we had to deal with is the issues around the occupational programs that we need to actually offer. And we are saying in offering occupational programs, you're dealing with the...
Sorry, leave the we. I just want to hear you. What were the short term and how far have you implemented? And if there's a challenge, what was the challenge? If you can just have a chat with me. What are the issues that you said it's the identified and these are the short terms? I'm going to do 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yes, obviously, it's issues that came from the presentations, particularly that of the labor. The issues around...
Choose 3 and then give them. I've got time limits, so...
the issues around the Wi-Fi issues, the issues of the issues of staff, morale.
Okay, thank you. It's a year. What did you do with those ones? How far are you with the Wi-Fi?
The Wi-Fi we do have, but obviously we do admit that it is not a good coverage, and what we have done right now is...
When did you become aware that it is not a good coverage?
When I went through Imbizo, we have the Imbizos and people tell, and even...
When did you know that it's not covering? When?
When we had Imbizo, the beginning of the year, in February.
Okay, and when did you implement it?
We had always had it, but the coverage was not good in terms of reaching out to students.
So almost a year before you had an Imbizo to know that it's not working?
No, the Wi-Fi is working, ma'am. The issue was that it is not sufficient for the staff and students. And we have embarked on now the implementation to actually extend.
Okay, it's not efficient. That means it's not working if there is the problems that are there. It can be it's working, but immediately if there's more users, there's no way that it can work. For 1 or 2 or 10 people can say it's not working because they couldn't access it. And then you hear the union saying that they can go to town while they're still connecting and come back. It's not working. My interpretation, your interpretation, I think they are not the same, but to me it's not working if that will be the case. I just came here. I'm taking what is being said by the unions that are teaching the kids here. Okay, let me continue. I'm not going to get the answer from you. So your threshold of your wage bill, who is the CFO? Threshold of your wage bill, what percentage is it?
The threshold, ma'am, it's 63%, which is regulated by the funding laws.
There's a presentation where it was saying 66.7%. Okay, let's start again. What is your threshold in this institution?
Ma'am, the threshold is 63%. Is 63%. The situation of the 66 is an indication that the college has exceeded the threshold.
How did you manage to do that?
Well, I think this issue relates to the migration of staff from college-paid payroll through this implementation of the PPN process. So I think the timelines were given by the department for colleges to implement the PPN implementation. And it's, as a result, the people who were moved onto the PESAL, the number exceeded the threshold of 60%.
Okay, so I know you have watched us as we asked this question. I understand all that. So the threshold is 63. And that is why I ask you again so that you can get it. And tell me, how did you maneuver to be on the 66.7 while the threshold is 63? So the PPN and the PESAL and we heard about it. How did you maneuver CFO? With the accounting principles that you know you studied, how did you maneuver to do that?
I think, Honorable Member, I don't remember the positions that goes on to the staff establishment. There's a college appointed, the principals delegated positions. And on the other hand, there are those that falls under the delegation of the DG, of the Director General. So I think the college does have sort of control in as far as the college appointees. But for the department appointments, submissions are made to the institution, who then check whether we are going to exceed the threshold by approving. And if that is not checked by the department, you know, it will be very difficult for me to sort of dictate that for the department.
Mr. Zungu, how did you maneuver to reach the 66? Because the CFO say if you didn't check, they've got a lotto. So how did you maneuver to approve it?
Well, I'll have to check with the corporate services, Honorable Maseko, because the processing of the onboarded employees is done by corporate services. So we'll have to check with them as to how this onboarding proceeded with over 3.8%, which is far beyond the expected threshold.
Were you not aware?
No, I was not aware.
Okay. We are going to engage again. I think it's one of the things that we have to engage about.
Yeah.
Now, I want to find out from you, principal, sorry, not CFO, the principal. Now, the core business of this institution is the students. And in your presentation, you talked about how, with that 66.7, the critical positions have not been filled, and which are the academic posts. Are you still saying that the changes that came are the ones that we have to blame, that you don't have the academic positions being permanented in this institution? The changes of the PPN?
Yes, Honorable Member, it's just basically like that, and that's why we are saying we'll give them contracts, because even if you do, you will not be able to get them funded because of the basically threshold issue that we have actually outlined, and that's why we have these until we are able to deal with, because like I said, until we are able to deal with the problem with corporate services, we do have this problem facing us.
Okay. CFO, how long have you been with the institution?
I've been with this institution for 17 months, 1 year, 5 months, ma'am.
Okay. What can you share with us about the report that the AG identified that your quality and reliability of your financial statements are deteriorating? What have you identified?
Yeah, it is indeed true. The audit reviews that happened at the institution pointed at certain processes within the institution that are not are not correctly managed, like assets that.
And then what are interventions that you have set up?
We have implemented the audit action plan to address issues raised by the AG. I think based on the audit outcome, some of the outcomes are factual, which is something that.
CFO,
Yes,
come
ma'am.
on, answer me.
I'm trying to explain. ma'am.
Yeah, what are interventions that you are doing now? We agree, you have seen that. So tell us, share with us, what are you doing?
Okay, ma'am, as I'm trying to explain, we have identified these issues and we are reviewing our own internal controls.
Which is?
Basically, where the deficiencies are. I mean, I don't know if you want me to label with respect, ma'am.
So Lina, ask me what is my name.
What is your name, ma'am?
I'm not going to say I'm a female mother of 3. I'm going to say my name is Matlodi Maseko. So answer me, please.
Okay.
Those interventions, share with us. What is it that you are doing? Those interventions, we identified. Now you are busy in implementing 1, 2, 3, 4. That's what I'm asking.
We've identified through you, Chairperson, these audit issues, and for all the areas which we're qualified on, we have put the process of correcting the misstatements that were observed by the Auditor General. We have met with the Auditor General to agree on what will be the way forward on some of the interventions that we are introducing. We are being reviewed by the internal audit of the institution, overseen by the council of the college. So we implemented these corrective actions, and the report coming from the internal audit is then presented to council to check whether or not the issues are reviewed adequately. It involved quite an extensive work of having to, because most of these findings are historic findings. So we had to go back to previous financial years in ensuring that the corrections are done adequately.
Mama Sekomapia. CFO.
Yes, sir.
In your presentation, you're saying you've addressed 2 of the 9 audit issues.
Yes. Can I?
Yes.
Okay. The report was based on the previous year. Remember, Chairperson, I arrived at the institution on the 1st of September 2023. As the principal alluded, it was almost at the time when AG comes in. So nothing was done in terms of the audit action plan as I arrived. So I'm saying in terms of the 2023 audit review, we could only focus on the low-hanging fruit, as they say. So we managed to resolve 2 of the 9 paragraphs that were raised by the AG in the prior year. Because of the insufficient time, we could not delve deeper into the issues. So for the 2024, which is the year under review, we've had adequate time to address all the issues raised by the AG, where the process is only now underway. So we will only know in 2 months' time how well did we do in that current audit, on this current audit, which we are positive of the.
Yeah, so what Mama Seko is asking is, all those 9 now you have addressed.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's what she's asking.
Okay.
Maybe I didn't understand.
Thank you very much. Now, as you say, you have addressed those issues, Principal. One of the identified was the AG talking about the lack of necessary skills and incompetency of the competencies of the senior management. What did you do about that one? It's on the AG's report.
Ma'am, we make it our business that we do staff development and training issues. We may not cover all, but we have, together with the department, embarked on that process where we identify the needs or training needs for our staff, and we basically are doing that. And in through the what you call the performance appraisal of managers and staff members, we also identify and come up with staff development plans, identify where the staff member is lacking, and where they are lacking, they are given particularly their own development or staff or on-course training, as it were.
Okay, union? Can you respond? Is there the workers that have been upskilled in addressing this in the senior management?
Chairperson, respectfully would like to involve other unions in order to respond to that question. Thank you.
Thanks, Chairperson and Honorable Member. As the unions, we do not remember any skills that we're addressing. Like the question you say, the finding is incompetencies of the management. That was the finding from the AG. We do not recall any trainings or particular that were addressing a particular matter. What the principal is talking about, the PDPs or whatever, personal development plans and the appraisals and what, that is a normal routine that we have to comply and do. But that one, we do not know about it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. So there's no senior management that did the skill. Maybe you can mention too, is there any senior manager that has gone to, you have developed after the AGs, as you implement the AGs outcomes? Just be specific.
No, ma'am, I have not had any particular senior manager developed.
Okay, so that one is not done yet.
Yeah, I would say, yes, it's not done yet.
Okay. I'm going to leave that one, the members, they'll maybe continue on it. I just want to find another one on the issue of challenges that have been identified. Before I go there, you've got about 5 foreign nationals. Is it for the scarce skill, or share with us?
Ma'am, I found them here, and they are all in the engineering space, but I do not necessarily think that it was about the scarce skills more than it was them meeting the minimum requirements or something, but that's the situation I found.
Okay, and then now you do have about what percentage of the engineering, the students, the dropouts? It's been identified that about 50%, that registration is about 50%, the overall registration, less than 50%, isn't it? And then on that, less than 50%, the engineering is what percentage? Do you have a clue? Who can help us?
All right, I will request acting DPA to give you details.
I've got limited time, ma'am, so if you can help me.
Honorable Member, I'm not sure if I'll be able to remember the figures offhand. Just half a second for me to just get it on the slide, on the principal's presentation, please.
No, you might not get it there. I just wanted you to answer me because it might not be what is there. I want you being responsible. Are you responsible for that?
For student registrations?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Your enrollment is less than 50% compared to the last financial year or not?
So that is our allocation that we've been given from the department, which
Okay.
is this. That is why we broke down the entire allocation. Our student numbers are 2,000 and some odd. I need to get the exact figure, ma'am. We've got the student numbers per breakdown per campus.
Ma'am?
Student numbers at the
that.
moment are
You
for...
hear that? I spoke about engineering.
Oh, engineering. The engineering programs are the full numbers. I have to count them per campus. We got them breakdown per campus, ma'am, so I will have to count them actually, but it's more or less, if I do a quick count here, on the Mpari campus, engineering is 1,000. It's about 2,000 somewhat, close on to 2,000 for the two campuses, ma'am.
And then
in terms of
the
engineering.
outcomes of the engineerings, the passing rate of the engineering and the dropouts is below 50%. Let me tell you then.
Yes, yes.
It's below 50%.
Yes, ma'am.
And what is the reason you have identified for that?
The student dropouts, there are several reasons, as we've mentioned. You know, one of the biggest contributing factors is the fact that we do get late payments from NSFAS. So students do tend to drop off. The repeating students that come back into class are not funded. So if you find a student that has 1 or 2 subjects, he's not funded, they don't come back.
Ma'am, we address the issue of the funding.
Yes.
From you, I want to hear about the teaching, the quality. That one already has been, we are not going to repeat that one. So what are the other reasons for that failing of the students? The dropouts, yes, NSFAS, and then they do fail.
Engineering, it's sometimes the degree of difficulty. The subjects are a bit difficult for our students. We currently just have a face-to-face teaching component or environment. We don't have a hybrid system at the moment. We are investing in an LMS, which will perhaps give the students additional support so that they can have hybrid system of teaching and learning. But one of the major causes of the dropout is the late payments from NSFAS. They're unable to come to class, and the degree of difficulty of the engineering courses.
Chair, am I done?
I've finished the point on this one.
Okay, thank you very much. So I want to find out from you what the NMSA, the extra that you want to implement.
Support to make them pass.
That you have done. When did you think about that?
So, ma'am, we have ongoing support for our students, for all students. The first thing we've done is we implemented the department 80%.
Sorry, before you continue, when you say all students, you're talking about?
Business studies, occupational students.
Okay, again,
engineering
focus.
Students. Yes, engineering. So we've implemented the 80% attendance and punctuality policy, which encourages students to attend class so that they can have that face-to-face contact session and receive support from the lecturers. The next one we do is the analysis of results. And we actually support our students by giving them, lecturers go out of the way, sorry ma'am, lecturers go out of the way to actually give them additional classes. Some of the students that are repeaters are plugged onto lecturers for additional support and for assessments. So there is teaching interventions that are going on.
So before you continue,
yes,
you were here when the students were saying that some lecturers are incompetent. You were here when you were listening to the unions when they were saying that some lectures are being taken to go and teach somewhere where it's not their specialty. Is that happening in engineering also?
Ma'am, lecturers are qualified lecturers are appointed. Timetabling sometimes dictate that if a person is qualified to teach maths, but he may just have to teach engineering science. Yes, ma'am, your question.
Are you answering me?
Sometimes it does happen that they are asked to teach another subject, but it is within their specialization of the qualification that they've done. Ma'am, in terms of lecturer support, there's ongoing training initiatives, and we've even partnered with SASL, and we've got lecturers that are currently being trained. So
are you still answering me?
Sorry, ma'am. Let me hear your question again. Sorry, honorable
Listen
member.
to my question.
Yes.
I'm saying you listen to the unions.
Yes.
The uncomfortability. You listen to the students about some of the lecturers that are not competent. Now, is that happening in engineering?
It could, ma'am. It could, in terms of timetabling, and I think it's something we're going to really go back and look at that. It could with 1 or 2 subjects. It could. But, ma'am, when we say not competent, I don't think...
So don't you think that is another contributor that you didn't mention that it might make the kids to fail?
It could be, yes. It could be one of the factors leading to failure rates. It is, as they're probably mentioning.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks, Mama Seko. The engineering courses, are they trimester arrangement?
Yes, Honorable Chair.
Yeah, so the answer you should have given to Mama Seko is, we are currently not reaching the targets from last year, 50%, because other numbers will come in and
2023? It's an easy question to answer.
Thank you.
But we don't want to answer questions that are asked. We want to make it difficult for ourselves. Honorable Khakha.
Thank you, Chairperson. CFO, according to the presentation, the NSFAS funding for students that was received in 2023, you underspent there by 6 million. And then in 2024, you underspent by 3 million, which means 2023 and 2024, there's an underspending of a total of 9,534,170. Did you return that money to NSFAS?
Thank you, through you, Chairperson. I think the allocation of NSFAS.
Sir, did you return yes, no?
No, the money was not.
Thank you. NSFAS,
given to the-
did you get a tsamaisa maike ka pele nako ya tsamaya ntate? A floor runner, I need you to obe machato feta batho ba teng kaofela ka mona. NSFAS, what was the reason that was given by CFO and the institution for not returning those funds?
We can find out from the finance guys.
Okay.
And then I'll provide.
Do so in my 20 minutes
Yes.
quickly, please.
All right.
CFO, what is the reason that you gave NSFAS for not returning the money? Is it because they owed you money and you also settling scores?
Okay, ma'am.
Mm.
The NSFAS allocation is not given to the college in full.
Mm.
We only get what we claim.
Mm.
So the unused portion is still sitting with
It's still
NSFAS.
sitting with
Yes,
them.
ma'am.
Okay, Waban, easy. This is how you respond to questions. That's an excellent one. I need you to confirm, NSFAS. I need you to confirm that what the CFO is saying is true. Not now, when you have time. Or do you have a response now? Okay, do that and get me that response. The reason why I'm asking this, Chairperson, is because with the tally that is not there, SIU is also complaining that there's some money that NSFAS also owes the institution. So my interest is to understand the relationship between NSFAS and the institution for money. DDG Zungu, the chairperson of council says they have made 5 recommendations to the Minister for Council appointees. The minister's not here to respond for herself, but obviously you're delegated to be able to respond as far as the administrative relationship between the minister and the institution. Has the minister given you a reason for why she hasn't approved these things?
No, honorable member, she hasn't.
Okay. That chairperson of council, when did you submit the names for the minister to approve?
Last year, October.
Last year, October.
Yeah, 2024.
Okay, so
And we have been making follow-ups.
you've been making follow-ups, and what are the reasons that what is the response that the minister has been giving you? Are you getting a "we will do it," or are you being? is
The
there
last
in-
time we checked, only 9 were approved.
Mm.
And we were waiting for approvals. And later on, we find that 10 later were approved, and others are still waiting, and we don't know the reason why.
Okay, you don't know the reason why.
Yes.
So that's in like a March. So November, December, January, February, March. So this is pretty much, yeah. Okay, I hear you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, what was the 10 that was approved?
10 TVETs colleges were approved. The 9 were approved first, and later 10 TVETs out of 50.
Where do
Yes.
you get this information from?
We get information from those who were approved and from Mr. Gaza's office.
Okay, so you are saying to us now, there are TVET colleges that has received the letter from the minister.
Yes.
Okay, DDG Zungu respond there. That's not the information we have. Please respond.
Honorable Chair, yes, because they are done in tranches, so they are being processed as we speak. So hence it's difficult to know which ones have been processed until the office of Mr. Msipa will make an inquiry to the ministry to find out which ones has been processed. So at this point in time, indeed, there are those that have already received their 10.6 appointments as we speak, Honorable Chair.
So let's do this. The last time, members, we asked the minister. She did indicate that there are problems with some of the recommendations where a college will send recommended 5 names of males, or everybody being over 60 and all of that. So we will follow up with the Office of the Minister, members. And then we'll take it from there.
Yeah, we will. Thank you, Chairperson. SRC President, Mike. Are you able to say with your chest to who the lecturers that are incompetent are?
Yes.
Okay, can you say them now?
Should I say their names?
Yeah, the person and the offering that they are teaching that is not up to standard.
I feel my lecturer in hairdressing, Mekhosi, she is good in engineering. If they could take her back to engineering and not hair care. And we also have Mr. Kosana. I'm talking about Pohadi campus right now. It's the one in struggle. There's Mr. Kosana. He's good in math and science, but he's teaching PLP now. Yes, ma'am.
Those are the only 2 people?
Yes.
And the entire 3 campuses? Or do you know of only 1?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, do you guys have an institutional SRC or you just all
We
campus-based?
do, but we were only appointed last week, Tuesday.
Okay.
So we haven't actually come and checked the campuses, different campuses.
Tatsing Lena ki the 28th of March, it's Friday.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you commit that by end of business on Thursday next week? Thursday next week's date, according to my calendar, is the 3rd of April. Do you commit that you will have done your necessary research as the SRC to give a list of people that students are complaining to management and filter that through to the committee? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
The reason why I'm doing this, Deputy Principal Academic, give the mic. And I'm glad Mema Seko raised this. So students are complaining to say people are inadequate. Workers are complaining to say they're not getting training, and equally the workshops for engineering are outdated. And your performance here, when I look at it, for your entered pass rate for engineering is below 50. But even the written, in comparison to the other 80% and 70% of offerings that you are able to record as a pass rate, that one is just above 50%. So it is very important, Principal, for you to be able to take the responsibility of making sure that students don't have to come here and embarrass people to say because that is what is happening right now. The naming of those people embarrasses them, and it is a bad reflection on your institution that you're taking people who moto wa engineering asa tsebeng hore na halwa small essence o qala ka qetella ka umisa salonong alweza. It's wrong. You shouldn't do so. And when the Deputy Principal Academic, when you do make the decision to move one person from another, even if their study of field is comprising of all the other places that you could potentially send them, you're also doing a disservice to that person for their own professional career by sending them to a place that you are setting them up for failure for, where they themselves know, but because management says I must go, I must go. You're not only shortchanging and selling short this institution and its brand and its reputation, you're selling out students and their futures that they're going to be marked, they're going to be assessed on things, on knowledge that they have absolutely no competence on because equally, the workers themselves who have dedicated themselves to say they want to come to work and contribute positively in the lives of students, you are telling them, use people's skills and competences in alignment with their strengths. That's how you build an institution. That's how you build the future of young people in this country. What you are doing right now does not work. And you know it doesn't work. And the reason why you are doing it is because instead of trying to work on a proper recruitment process for people who are qualified to serve in areas that they're qualified for, you're trying to manipulate the system and have a mini mo. That's wrong. It's not how you conduct the affairs of academics in an institution of higher learning. It's a lazy approach. And principal, you must take accountability for that. It's wrong. SRC President, I want to go back to Wi-Fi. How long have you been here at this institution? Since 2023.
Yes, ma'am.
Has there ever been an upgrade of Wi-Fi here since 2023 till now?
No, we always struggle with Wi-Fi.
Wi-Fi.
Always.
Kopa for CFO. CFO.
Yes, ma'am.
In your previous, before you became the CFO now 1 month and 5 months ago, 1 year and 5 months ago, what were you doing
I was a CFO at Moteo.
at Moteo, TVET College?
Motheo ya ho bodlisa.
CFO, you have had at least a financial year of books to deal with at this institution. How much money did you set aside for Wi-Fi improvements here? I'm asking because your principal said that is one of his key KPIs.
Ma'am, at first we needed to do a...
Ntate, what's up? We had this, you and I.
Yeah.
How much means 1 rand 50 bob? 5 bob? What is, how much? If it's 0 rand, say it's 0 rand. Is it 0 rand?
No, it's not 0.
Okay, how much is it? You
Sorry.
can't be struggling.
I'm just trying to remember the costing we got for the Wi-Fi infrastructure. So it's slipping my mind right
So
now.
you did budget and you did use money.
Yes, we did budget, but the IT had to help us with the specs and then do the costing there to check whether it falls within the budget that is.
And then did you use that budget that you had in alignment with your specs?
No, ma'am. The submission is still coming from IT to do that.
When was this done?
We did this now in the first quarter, I think early.
Now in the first quarter?
Yes, ma'am.
So Principal, how Wi-Fi is something that is a priority for you? What did you mean? Or were you just thumb sucking?
No, I didn't suck it, ma'am. I meant exactly that it is a priority, and which is why, after getting this to be addressed, I mean, after it being brought to my attention, I then started the process of actually.
Okay, we're not gonna move. So when did IT say they're going to come back with the thing so that we can roll it out?
We'll definitely procure that in the second quarter of the year.
The second quarter of this year?
Yes, ma'am.
Which means April, May, June.
Yes, ma'am.
So ka di 30 tsa June ha ke fihla mo, students and lecturers are going to have a shellela network. Nobody's going to be ha hona motho a tlo lwana?
Correct.
Ke tlo kgutla.
Yes, ma'am.
Infrastructure, DDG.
Just before we move this, CFO, you are saying you have advertised what on Wi-Fi?
We had to do cost analysis, Chairperson. In fact, understanding the technology that is there right now. I think what the IT manager had a challenge with is to get in the right infrastructure. So once we now, that informs the specifications of what we need to acquire.
So how far is it in the value chain?
In terms of the value chain, I think my office is awaiting the submission from IT and some committee in the second quarter, Chairperson.
Yeah, so it was not principal a prioritized thing because I'm looking at your website and IT, you have advertised supply and deliver IT equipment. I'm losing IT equipment and consumables to the college on an as and when basis. So this is a live tender now on your website.
Yes, sir.
So that is what you prioritize over Wi-Fi. And that's the point that she's making.
That is the appointment of the IT companies to buy from, so that when we get the specifications, we've already run this process in order to make sure that we respond quickly. to IT's requests. Yes.
Honorable Kakao.
Thank you, Chairperson. NSFAS has an answer.
Thank you once again, Chairperson. So the response from NSFAS is that in terms of 2024, we are only closing our books now. However, we can confirm that we do owe the institution for previous years. So they have not returned anything because we still owe them. And there is an agreement that they are going to send me that speaks to the amount that is owed to the institution.
Okay. CFO, now I'm on your team. According to the agreement that NSFAS and yourselves have agreed, is it satisfactory to your needs to get your money back?
It is satisfactory, ma'am.
Okay, so you're happy, there's no problem?
Yes, we had meetings with the closeout team, we're happy.
Okay, I'm happy. Let's go to DDG Zungu. DDG Zungu, when the infrastructure, the CIEG funding was moved to basic education, were TVETs informed that this was going to happen when funds were removed?
Yes, according to my knowledge, they were briefed that the CIG will be reduced due to the transfer of the monies to DBE.
Okay, thank you. Principal, now that you know that you're not going to get that much money for infrastructure and your students and your workers are crying about infrastructure, what other third stream income methods or strategies have you put in place to bridge the gap?
We currently do not have any third stream income, ma'am.
Why? Are you unable to think of a partnership that exists?
Yeah, what we are basically doing to close the gap of the money that we cannot get, we do that through the sitters because we also have, in as much as they would fund.
Okay, you're doing that through the sitters. How much have you been able to, through the sitters, now work with for infrastructure?
And right now, through the unsolicited funding arrangement that we have, they have not been able to actually come, but they have been to the college.
Okay, they haven't been able to come.
They have been to the college to assess the equipment, needs, and they will be able to.
I hear you. Gaukata because nako yaka is seselenyenyana. So I want to know now, if by any chance with the current budget that we're going to pass or whatever allocations that are going to happen, sitters are going to end up having less money and you can't be able to get that money out of sitters. What are you going to do to make sure that you're able to raise the funds necessary to build infrastructure for your students and your workers?
So we do the private, we are also in a process of actually mobilizing the resources, even outside the private people. And
you are not doing partnerships and you don't have third streams. So what do you mean you're in the process?
No, we are doing partnerships, ma'am, with the sitters and private. Yes, that's what I'm saying.
It's very important, Gyaukat, because right now, if you answer one thing once and you say it incorrectly and you said it together, to me, you're lying to me. I don't know which of your statements before were the truth. So I need you to answer me with a sober head. I asked you first, your third streams were hauna di partnership. Hona je di partnership idite. Kidi fing di partnerships is on the private sector.
We have partnerships with the sitters. We have partnerships with the private sector for
Sir,
other programs.
what partnerships do you have? Do you understand Sesotho? I'm sorry, I'm assuming you understand it. Do you understand Sesotho?
Yes, I do.
Okay, let's try again.
Principal, put the mic closer to the mouth.
Because I'm assuming, okay, let's try in English. What partnerships do you have with the private sector currently?
I do not know of my...
We can hear you.
Yes, I cannot remember them off my head, but we do have them.
Who's responsible for those partnerships amongst your delegates? Is it Mayor Academic?
Yes.
Okay, let's talk to her. It's wrong for you as principal to not be at the head of you should be able to name one or two. That's what is what responsive leadership is. That is what a principal that has his fingers on the tips of what is happening in his institution is able to do. So when I say to you, what partnerships your institution has with private sector, you're supposed to be the #1 ambassador who's able to brag to say, "Kara Sosolo, we're doing this. Kahara Kronstadt, we're doing this." And if you're unable to do so, it makes me question your leadership and your interest in this institution. Me academic.
Honorable Member, we've got partnerships for the placement of students with private industry for workplace. At the same, we've got
Pause.
partnership
Again,
for money.
no. Oh,
How
money
many?
that you are raising for infrastructure.
All right. So currently, ma'am, we're working with a lot of CETAs, but they're not funding infrastructure. It requires a special request.
I'm
We've got
going to
SASL.
lose my mind.
I've got SASL,
No,
ma'am.
pause. Chairperson, I need you to help make this make sense because
Yeah.
we can't be struggling with the same thing.
No, let's do this, Honorable Kakao. I think, to be fair, you asked her to give you private.
Yes.
And you did not specify infrastructure.
No,
so
sir.
let's be, no. Honorable Kakao, let's also be fair. You asked her private partnership they have.
Yes.
And then when she's answering, you again asked her on infrastructure. Now she's going there, again you are refusing her to answer. So let's be fair also to them. Please, let's continue.
Ma'am, I was talking to your principal. I'm assuming you were paying attention about infrastructure in particular. That was the focus. And then I asked about private partnerships, and then he was unable to give me what private partnerships he has. So when I go to you, I'm asking you about private partnerships. It's not a separate conversation. We're talking about infrastructure, private partnerships. That's what I need you to answer.
Infrastructure, private partnerships, there's nothing being signed off at the moment, but there's discussions with various stakeholders at this stage.
Thank you. So, Principal, when you said that you have infrastructure public partnerships, what were you talking about?
I was talking about the CETAs, ma'am, who have actually committed to actually finding us the infrastructure. I was talking about SASO, who are actually currently now even helping us with the 4IR lab and so on and all the other things.
Academic Deputy Principal, the reason why I am disappointed in the setup of this conversation is because I don't think I'm confusing in my questioning. There's a difference. A CETA is not a private entity. It's a entity. A private is a private, right? So if you are working with SASOL and you say you're working, what I expect you to in future in writing to be able to give a status report on is to say, because we have a shortfall, and because CETA says we can't rely on them and there's nothing that is coming to the fore, we have approached company 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to help us specifically with classroom workshop engineering, to help us with the problem of harasa tichaka holong, according to what labor is saying. That is what the strategy is supposed to be. And if you are unable to right now communicate that to me, it gives me the simple impression that you are dragging your feet or that you're confused about what it is that you're trying to do. And I don't want this to happen at all. Let's go, Principal, to your GBV framework. Why is it a draft and not yet a consolidated policy?
It's because, ma'am, we are still dealing with it and council has not approved. Okay. We intend having it approved this year.
Okay, when did you start drawing it up?
We started, I think, we started at the beginning of this year to have it.
The beginning of 2025? Yes. So all along you didn't have a framework at all?
We did have the framework. We were working with the framework. It's the policy that we need to get.
So you only started drafting the policy this year. Council, when was your last meeting?
It was in November.
In November?
Yes, where we passed those policies.
Fine. When is your next council meeting?
We are still going to schedule our next council meeting. We had our special council meeting on the 26th.
Okay. When you say you're still going to schedule it,
schedule our council meeting. The special meeting that we had was for financial.
So I've served in the university council before as SRC president. Okay. When you have a council, you have a calendar.
Yes, we have a calendar.
And then you have scheduled meetings that you are
Yes.
going to have in your academic year. I'm concluding. And in your academic year, by now you would know we met in November and the next meeting is this one. A special council is an ad hoc thing
Okay.
that happens. So I'm expecting you as council chairperson to know when your next meeting is. And the reason why I'm asking you is because I want you to commit that in that council meeting, the agenda of the policy, given that principal is saying that the only reason why they're working with frameworks and not a policy is because you haven't approved the GBV thing, that you can say in the next meeting, that's going to be in an agenda and you'll adopt it. Do you have a calendar?
23rd of April.
23rd of April?
Yes.
Uy, nahanin ka pili nyala inelisiyo.
Okay, na nakapilinya.
Okay, but it's fine. So on the 23rd April, you are going to, in your council meeting, be able to adopt the policy of framework that you'll all consider it.
If it is presented to us to look at it, yes.
Who's responsible for presenting it to you to look at it?
The principal, the accounting officer.
Are you committing that on the 23rd of April you're going to present the GBV policy for council to present to look at it? On record.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, colleagues, let's also, let's have decorum. I'm worried that a lot of the work that we're supposed to be doing will be lost in translation. Will be overshadowed by other things. Let's not go there. You're not acting here, Principal, when you were appointed 17 months ago. You're acting Principal? No.
Come again, Chair?
Were you acting here before you were appointed?
No, I wasn't.
Okay. So you and the CFO have just been here for over a year.
Yes, it's correct.
Okay. When you explain, you should say, look, when we arrived just over a year ago, you arrived and you were supposed to deal with the registration of 2024. Or you were putting plans for the 2024 academic year because you arrived 3 months or so before. And then you became busy with that part. And on a strategic level, you then realize that you don't have these policies that we're talking about. We know that policy does not take 2 weeks to be appointed. Because you must work with other NGOs that deals with it, like Council for Gender Equity, to look at is the proposed policy that you are bringing in line with the framework from the department and all of that. Well, I don't know whether all of those things has been done, but you are then committing that you will present this proposed policy to council in 3 weeks. I'm a bit worried because you might be presenting there a policy when CGE comes, says your CGE, your policy on sexual harassment is not in line with the framework. So you don't have to commit yourselves to a task that may be impossible. Because, look, we're stakeholders here. We want to work with you so that we have a better TVET system in this country. We're not enemies. If you are unable to, you guys are new. And there's nothing wrong that says no, ma'am, or no, sir. We've not had enough time to finish X, Y, and Z. There's nothing wrong in saying so. Don't look at us as enemies. We're not. Or as this angry people. We want to work together in making sure that the system works for our people, our kids. So there are certain things where we're not going to agree with you, but it's in the spirit of trying to do things right. Honorable Msazan.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. I had not intended on asking questions, but of course it was because I thought I was in charge, but I'm no longer in charge now. So I'm going to just have perhaps just 3 or 4 questions, Chairperson, and maybe just to reiterate what I had said earlier to the stakeholders and the executive management, to say exactly what you are saying, Chairperson. There's no pressure in responding when you don't have accurate answers, because we'll end up degenerating, which is not why we are here. So firstly, Principal, the Chairperson had just asked you, but I just want to get more clarity on your appointment. He asked if you were acting, and you said no. But it was accurate, the question was more accurate to the CFO, whom responded that he's coming from another institution. So I would also want to know if you were here before, maybe you got promoted to become the principal, you would have been serving in another portfolio, not necessarily acting as principal, or you also coming from another institution. Just that clear response, please.
No, I was transferred, Chairperson.
Okay, you're coming from another institution.
I'm a former principal of Ingwe TVET College in
Put
Eastern
the
Cape.
mic.
I am the former principal of Ingwe TVET College.
Oh,
I
in
was
Eastern Cape.
transferred, yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Principal. So, on the there was serious allegations made. I'm going to say allegations because it's what was presentation, and we don't know if there's evidence to it, which I'm still going to request or ask from Labour. But there was serious allegations of nepotism and favoritism, including victimization and bullying of staff members that was made. It's an allegation that was made by Labour. But before Labour, I would like for you, Principal and Chairperson of Council, to maybe just share your sentiments on that, to say, can we confirm this? Are there reported cases of such in the institution? And I will then speak to Labour on these very, very same allegations.
No, Chairperson, on my part, I would love a situation where if Labour, they have evidence for that, they can bring it to my attention so that we can deal with it. I have not.
Maybe let's try another mic. Borrow a mic, a principal of West of Timo. And a principal are a recorder, so we want to hear you. Yeah.
From the council.
Chairperson, you have Arabic.
I am saying, Chairperson, I am not aware of that, but I have very much interest in it, so I would like to engage Labour more on it, and then we can, notify and update the committee as we go along.
Okay, Labour, can you perhaps just share more insight on that very same allegations?
Thank you, Chair. Which one should we start with?
No, both nepotism and favoritism, because if you say this is happening, you should be able to substantiate, or rather tell us about recorded cases or complaints that would have
been sent to the principal or executive management and all of that, and victimization and bullying. If you could just speak on those four.
Okay, Chair. Let me start with this one of nepotism. I'm a former member of council. A post was created for project manager for the former acting principal's son, of which it was brought to council. An urgent meeting was called, but after that we saw the person already working without proper channels.
Is the person still working now?
After the mother left, the person has been removed back to Mpohadi campus.
Okay, you can proceed.
Okay, and then another one, in 2024, there was a permanent lecturing post that was created, that is being funded by council, whereas there is a 63% threshold. So proper channels were not adhered to when that permanent post of a lecturer was made.
Okay, so on the first matter of a project manager, was this leadership of the acting chairperson of council the one at the helm, or a previous council?
The previous council.
Not this council?
No, Chair.
Okay. You can proceed on the one of favoritism and bullying then, if you have, and then on the one of the lecturer, the permanent post of the lecturer, was it this current council?
The person was appointed in January 2024. So I can't remember when was the council appointed, because we just saw them when we had graduations.
Okay, please swiftly move to victimization and bullying of staff members. And also make reference, if you're speaking to this current council and this current vice chancellor or the past, so that we do not end up shooting bullets to the wrong people.
Okay, the issue of victimization, it's with the current management. A case was reported from Kronstadt campus where a staff member, a PL2 lecturer, was harassed by the campus manager at Kronstadt campus. A grievance was submitted to the corporate services, yes. And also another one was submitted by NAPTOSA against the same campus manager at Kronstadt campus.
Okay, thank you very much. So can we move swiftly? The corporate, is it corporate deputy vice chancellor and, I'm not vice chancellor, I mean vice principal. My apologies. And principal, could you please take us through on these particular matters? Very swiftly, please.
Chairperson, what I do is acknowledge and sign for the complaint, and then the process starts. But I would like DPC to give you details.
Thank you, Chair. I acknowledge the receipt of the very same two cases. What happened is that when I received it, I think I was about 5 to 6 days in this institution.
When did you receive the complaints?
I received through the call
I mean, when? Is it 6 months ago, 2 months ago, last week?
No, it's not 2 months ago. It's when we spoke to the leader there. It was last month. I mean, the middle of last month, with the one of harassment from the supervisor.
So when did you receive the complaints? Did you receive them middle of last month, or that's when you spoke to them?
No, it was already there.
When did you receive it?
I did not receive it, specifically receiving it. It was already registered. She was actually informing me because I'm one of the people who arrives here. I've got 2 months in this institution. So as a result, she was trying to inform you about the case. But in order for me to make things simpler, I will try to ask my HR manager, because he's having clear information about the registration of the case and what happened from
So
that.
since you've known about these cases, what have you done about it?
The first one, I tried to intervene.
You tried?
I tried to
What does that
intervene.
mean, Deputy Principal? You tried to intervene?
Yes, what I'm saying, I took initiative to ensure that the case is resolved. If it is the one that we talking about of one supervisor who had challenges with the officials. And I spoke to the member, and she said she even tried to sit with the people, the very same officials. And she...
Deputy Principal, my apologies. You see, you're complicating matters. Does it not fall within your jurisdiction and your responsibility to deal with these matters so that we speak to the relevant person? Because I wasn't intending on interrogating you or these matters have arisen and it was not touched in the presentation, and these are very serious matters of harassment of staff members and bullying and favoritism as they go on. So if you are relevant official to deal with these matters, and you are saying you tried, this is the first thing that is confusing this committee. I think my fellow members here will be confused as well, and people of South Africa are being confused. But now you are speaking on cycles. I don't know what you mean. So could you just be precise, please, so that I just move to my last matter, because I wasn't really intending on interrogating you. But members here in labor actually must be taken into confidence if they report matters, how they are dealt with, as serious matters like these ones.
I do understand, Chair, and my honorable member. That is why I'm saying right now, I took note of what, I'm taking note of what you are saying. And what I will try to, ask my colleague here to do is just to give you the report, the background of it, in order that when we speak about it, we will be able to understand what happened. Because once I can just give you the snapshot of it, because the member, when she came to me, she just came and then said she tried to sort the matter between the two officials. So I would like you to give you the member here so that he can give you the background. If you maybe become satisfied with the report, then it will be fine. But if we are not going to
Deputy Principal, can you rather send that in writing, please, to the committee? And further, maybe you can just tell me what is currently happening in that particular campus. Is the complainant still at work, and the person that is alleged to have harassed? So it's business as usual. What is your view about that? I report a case of harassment and people responsible are trying to resolve the matter or whatever the case might be, and it's business as usual. What is your take about that?
Yeah, it's a wrongdoing, Chair. But if I still remember, there was a process followed in that. That is why I was saying, now that I came when this thing has already in a process, I would rather be in a position to give it to my HR manager, just to give you the background of the case.
No, I'll request that in writing, as I had indicated. If you can just answer me on one last part. Okay. Is this between a male and a female, or is this between two genders? I mean, two genders of the same, this thing of English? It
includes many. It's a supervisor with many officials. Actually, where is managing is actually having problems.
So there are many cases of harassment and bullying in that particular case.
One person is harassing. Let me make an example: being a manager, but not actually working together with the officials or harassing those officials in our work.
So it's known that a campus manager, you're saying on record, is harassing officials of a particular campus. That's what you are saying.
It's not a campus manager, the one that I'm talking about.
Yeah, let's do this.
It's not a campus manager.
Maybe let's allow labor there to give us context, because the principal
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to add from what the question of favoritism. I'm on the engineering side, so there've been vacant posts that have been filled with acting seniors, that side. So we're just told in the meetings that there is this person that is going to act on this position without following the proper procedures.
What is the proper procedure? That must be
They
followed.
don't even include the unions, number one.
Yeah, it's
Number
fine.
two,
I'm saying, what is the proper procedure? What is the policy say?
the policy says the person, there should be a rotation for acting, especially if there are people who are qualified in the same department. But in our case, people have been holding the positions, they are acting for more than 3 years now, which also already, it's obvious that they are owning the positions.
So the policy say they must act for how long?
Quarterly. I mean,
3
12
months.
12 months.
Eh? For
12 months, yes.
12.
12.
Okay.
Can I just get more clarity on that particular sensitive matter of harassment? Labour, if you could be so kind as to speak to that matter as well. I think I would have captured the ones of favoritism and nepotism. But that is a subject matter that I would want more clarity on.
Harassment, labor?
Harassment in the particular campus.
Okay, thank you, Chair. The harassment was made at Kronstadt. There was a grievance lodged by SATU. And then on the 3rd of September 2024, yes, we launched it and it was investigated by Mr. E.D. Lilos and Mr. Mohlosana, the acting senior labor relations office. We only received the sanction on Tuesday.
Okay.
When there's a harassment, what is the policy say? What must you do?
Chairperson, when a person has to investigate or identify harassment, one principle that you have to identify is that whether the person was informed that the other party is harassing him or her, point number one. And should that particular person continue doing that, whilst that particular person telling him or her that you are harassing me, then we're taking it as a harassment. The other one is the direct one, which means it can be sexual, it can be belittling somebody, calling him names is direct. But there are some other that I'm talking about. If I would say to the other lady that you are beautiful, if that lady is not interested in me saying that, and is actually telling me that you don't have to say that, and I continue doing that, that is an harassment. That particular person can make a claim on that.
Yeah.
So now, with this one,
No.
what happened?
No. My question was, what is your policy saying?
Yeah.
On harassment? So policy will say, there's a grievance lodged. First step that you must take is this one. The second one, that's what policy normally. So I'm asking, what does your policy say?
Yes, the policy precisely says what we're talking about, that when a person report, you investigate, you find whether the person has a misconduct and processes of disciplinary procedure.
Can I get somebody
to be
who
followed.
understands the policy on harassment to answer this one? Because you don't understand your own policy on this one.
Okay, sure.
Please get me somebody who understands. What does it say? HR, somebody at HR.
Thank you, Chairperson. As I introduced myself, my name is Vusin Kosi. I'm from Labor Relations. So the policy, Chair, we have what we call Resolution 14 of 2002, which is the grievance procedure, Chair. If there's a case of sexual harassment, for instance, I think the first thing that you need to do is to interview the victim. And we recommend strongly, as Higher Education and Training or the Directorate, that those employees must be placed on precautionary transfer or precautionary suspension if it is reported to our officers. So basically that is the first thing that you need to do in cases of sexual harassment, especially because it has a connotation. I think there's clause 7.2 of the Disciplinary Code and Procedure, which says that if it endangers the life of self and others, the first thing that you need to do is to consider precautionary suspension or transfer. So I think that's the first thing that you need to do in cases of sexual harassment, because there has a connotation of putting another employee in danger. And for instance, if it is a student or a subordinate, that person can be influential and influence witnesses and so forth. So to prevent that, what we normally do is to transfer or suspend the employee so that he cannot interfere with the evidence or interrogate the witnesses. That is what we do in terms of Resolution 1 of 2003. And that is what is promoted by the sexual harassment policy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So this is what policy says. Says there's a grievance, you interview, you look at the veracity of the issue, and you suspend precautionary. But you were saying, when you entered the system, there was a conflict resolution process for them to find each other. And these other steps were not followed. Am I capturing you correctly?
Chair, let me put things correctly. We are actually having two cases, and I incorrectly stating that the one that is relating to harassment is where the supervisor and the employee, when somebody has been given some tasks, he found that no, those tasks cannot be, given to him. So that is why I'm saying that it has to be a chairperson to be discussed and investigated, and at the end, one has to find out whether this was an harassment or is a certain misconduct of bullying. So those are the two
When
different
you are
things.
investigating, what must happen?
Chairperson, this has been investigated.
No. When you are investigating,
Okay.
what must happen?
When I'm investigating, what must happen? Okay. When I'm investigating, I have to ensure that I take the report from the aggrieved. And if, when I investigate, I found that this matter.
Let's not get to finding part.
Yeah.
When you are investigating, what must happen?
In
the process-
I want you to advise me on your question, because, or to lead me in your question, because I don't really understand it.
Yeah, the gentleman from TVET was telling you about the TVET police. So you guys don't know this police because it says whilst you are investigating this reported case, you must protect the integrity of the person who has complained and put this person on precautionary suspension.
I stand to not agree with you, Chairperson. Not all the cases that you have to suspend a person.
No problem.
Yes.
What does your policy say?
You check the seriousness of the case.
How do you get to the seriousness of the case?
Is to check whether that particular case of that, I mean, the incident, is it actually going to have unbearable situation between the two people?
How do you identify the bearability or unbearability of the case?
Is through getting to having the investigation. You won't have anything before you find the real problem between the two people.
Yeah, you are creating a serious problem, Principal.
That's fine.
We have a problem. This is so if I'm a campus manager and I'm verbally abusing female people and I'm affecting their mental state, your person says he can decide. It depends on his feelings, how serious that is. Maybe because he comes from a family that has never suffered mental problems. He might think it's a small matter, this thing. So that's what your policy says. It says you are giving an individual to decide on feelings. Maybe it's Monday when he hears that thing, he says, no, man, I'm not next. Or it's on Friday, he wants to go home alone. I don't know, this thing is. So your policy, what does it say, Principal, on this? What must happen when a thing has been lost, a grievance?
The simple process, Chairperson, is basically I receive it, I send it to HR and they investigate, they appoint someone to investigate, and the principal sets up if we have to actually, appoint people, your chairperson and your what, and we do that, and after which then we deal with the recommendations of that. And the recommendations of the process can either be, dismissed or whatever, depending on this. But then the principal would always, those get presented to the principal. If the principal has no issues with the recommendation of the chairperson, then we endorse.
Yeah, DDG Zungu, your department must help us with the other colleges, and especially this one on labor relations. Workshop them on cases. What must happen and what happens, because we have a problem on this one. Honorable Cesar, continue.
No, thanks, Chairperson, for that very important intervention. But maybe further to that, those sentiments that you've made to the DDG and the department, I'm tempted to even ask if the deputy principal is entrusted with the responsibility that he studied for. If not, I would strongly advise the principal to interrogate that particular office. The level of seriousness of bullying and harassment cannot only be narrowed to sexual harassment per se. Bullying can cause a person to kill the other person. Not just mental health instability, but you can actually kill the other person on campus for that matter. So you can't then say, like the chairperson is saying, you will decide if the matter is serious, using what yardstick. But I don't think I want to dwell much on that particular issue. We will request in writing a report on this particular matter, Principal. I think the chairperson will then indicate the time frame in which we'll request the written responses. Principal, in your presentation, you stated that there were programs that started late. You said some programs started late in the commencement of the academic year in January. That's what you said in your presentation. You said some. So I want to find out which programs are those that started late. I think further to that, when did they start? They were late. So when did they actually start? And what programs are those?
With your permission, may I please give to my DPA? But I know that there are classes I may not necessarily.
You had said program, so I'll just request that the deputy principal respond then.
I think our statement was classes commenced late. We followed the DHED calendar, but sometimes when the release of results are late, then we have to continue with registrations because those returning students rely on the results to register. So that's when we would commence with those groups in terms of NCV. And if we had classes that started in terms of late, where we didn't just manage to appoint a lecturer in time, those students were grouped with other students. And classes continued as normal until we broke them into separate groups when a new lecturer was appointed. But the only time we formally start the program late is if some subjects, for example, NCV results has been released late, and then we have to just extend the registration period for that.
The utterances of the principal was that some programs, not some classes. So you have an engineering program here. Hence, I'm asking which program started late, for whatever reasons that you are submitting. Which program started late? When did they actually start?
It was the NCV. I just can't remember because classes are running all the time. Can I?
Days ago. So I just want to get that statement quite clearly, President. Were you appointed or were you elected? Because I want to understand that one.
Sorry, we were elected last week, Tuesday.
Okay, thank you very much, President.
Thank you.
I will not speak on all other matters, the chairperson, as I indicated. These matters have been matters that we've been dealing with the whole week, the state of readiness and all other matters, which I do not want to sound like a broken record, as the principal had indicated in his presentation. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thanks, Honorable Souls. The first.
Thank you, Chairperson. May I make a request as I start that the principal kindly pull up the slide on the screen, the transformation slide, and also just get from whoever is responsible for the, one of my colleagues asked you, what positions does the foreign nationals hold? You said you just know about it, some managerial positions, or I couldn't hear properly, but you were saying some positions, but not to answer now, just get the exact positions that they are occupying by the time I come to you, Principal. Thank you. I'm going to start with the CFO. CFO, you started last year, you said.
September 2023, sir.
September 2023.
Yes.
Where were you before this?
I was at Moteo TVET College.
At Moteo.
Yes, sir.
Did you apply for this position?
Yes, I applied for this position.
And you went through an interviewing process?
Yes, correct, sir.
And that's how you were appointed?
Yes, that's correct.
You were not transferred?
No, I wasn't transferred.
Are you 100% sure?
I have an appointment letter. I'm 100%, sir.
I tell you why, because when we were at Moteo, the principal there said you were transferred.
That is not correct.
You are stating that for the record.
I state it for the record, sir.
The principal also stated for the record. I'm going to give you another opportunity. Are you sure? Well, you went through an interview process, you were appointed, you applied, you were not transferred. You sure?
I am 100%. I got an offer letter. I resigned from Moteo after accepting the offer of Flavius, and that's how I came here.
There was no thing about family and you had to move and none of that.
My family was in Bloemfontein. My family only followed me. I couldn't afford rental and a bond at the same time, so I made a decision to relocate.
I believe you, CFO. Now, for the record, you do know that what that means is you are saying that the principal of Moteo is lying. Is she lying concerning you?
Through the chairperson, my version is the correct version.
That's not the question. I'm not asking what's your version. I'm asking, did the principal lie to the committee when she said you were transferred here?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, CFO. DDG, I've never questioned you, but I'm very interested. I've read the AG's report. How important do you consider the synchronization as the recommendation by the AG in the 2023 financial year? There was emphasis placed on the synchronization of the academic fields with what the future needs of the country is. How important do you consider that requirement? That TVET colleges must align the fields of study with the future needs of the country? Honorable Source, I think we consider it very, very high. And it's something we've been driving with the TVET colleges. We held in 2022 a conference on industry partnerships, which is key for delivering any vocational programs. We then held subsequently another conference in 2023 where we were discussing the issues around the curriculum transformation of the TVET sector, which then puts us closer to that alignment or the synchronization, as you put it, my honorable member. Thank you so much, DDG. So would you then disagree with the AG when the AG says, I quote, open quote, there has been no significant shift by TVET branch and TVET colleges in ensuring alignment between the recommendations of the quality assurance entities and the fields of studies being prioritized at the TVETs, close quote?
I don't know what informed that assertion by AG.
because I can provide you with a list of programs that are already aligning with the industry needs. If you look at the space of renewable energy, colleges are already offering photovoltaic programs.
Thank you, DG. So you disagree with
I
that?
disagree.
Would you be so kind then to, so that we disagree on your behalf also,
Yeah.
by in writing listing to us what the significant shifts are that you have made in this regard? Is that good?
Indeed, we will provide, Honorable.
Thank you, DDJ. Thank you so much. And apologies for not allowing you to finish, but you know my time.
I'm used to it, Honorable.
The acting regional manager, who occupied the position, because I heard earlier that our principal, the current principal, has been transferred here last year. Who occupied the principal's position before he arrived?
There was a person who was acting in the college.
Who?
Miss Chechile.
Sorry?
Lawrence. Miss Chechile.
Miss Chechile?
Yeah.
Is she still here?
She's still the DPA, but she has been recommended to act in another CET college in Gauteng.
So she's technically employed here but acting somewhere?
Yes.
How long has she been the principal, acting principal?
That side or this side?
Is she the acting principal that side?
Yeah, she's acting.
As the principal?
As an acting principal, yeah.
Okay, so this side, here at this college, how long has she been acting principal?
I had to go back and check the papers.
Estimate 1 year, 2 years, 3 years?
More than 2 years, I guess.
More than 2 years.
Yeah.
So she's been running the show here for more than 2 years.
Correct.
And you decide when it's time for appointment, you don't need a highly capable black African woman to continue to run the show. Why?
What I can say is, what happened is there was a request because the position was vacant. There was a person who was only acting. And there was a request to be transferred, the current principal to be transferred here. So the department approved his request. Then he was transferred here.
I don't have a problem with that. Procedurally, I'm asking, when we talk transformation and we say we are committed to transformation, we see a leadership here and we just see males. There's no females in senior leadership. Here, you have clearly a capable black African woman who's been running this institution for over 2 years. When the opportunity arises to promote her permanently, the department, through you and others, honors a request for transfer of a male. Would you agree with me? That's unfair.
Can I maybe intervene, Honorable Souls?
Who's that?
It's the chairperson here.
Aye, chairperson.
No, your time is paused. Your time is paused. Your question is very relevant.
What just happened?
Yeah, so I'm going to intervene in this format, Honorable Souls. Your question is very relevant, but maybe if the acting regional manager could inform the committee if the position of the principal was advertised, there was shortlisting, and if that process had undergone, because we might get a response that says, that deals with the relevant question, but maybe the matter had not unfolded as yet at that time when the transfer took place, so that we deal with that particular transformation matter, but we also understand what was happening in the institution so that we don't degenerate there.
No, I want to put for the record, acting chair. You see, you have an opportunity to be promoted permanent chair. But when somebody else makes the request, we will appoint that one. Just by virtue of request. So
Proceed on
I
the
would
results.
like to challenge that assertion too. I am not asking whether it was advertised or not. I'm saying that there was clearly an opportunity to empower a highly capable black African woman. One. Two, it's clear that based on what it looks like here in front of me, no transformation when it comes to gender equality. She qualifies in terms of capacity. She qualifies in terms of practical leadership. She qualifies in terms of gender. She's a female. She qualifies in terms of equity. She's a black African female. All the boxes are ticked. I'm trying to understand when the opportunity arose to say now is our time. You honor a request to transfer a male from another province, no problem. But the conditions as it relates to transformation is where I'm coming from. So I'm asking again, not procedurally, how the opportunity presents itself, and I put it to you, that you would have been well in your rights to empower a black African woman. Failing to do so, acting regional manager, do you think it was fair?
Depending on the condition during that particular time, the decision taken by the department, I'm of the view that it was correct to do what the department did.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Explain to me the conditions.
When the decision was taken, the requested transfer was informed by the conditions at that time. The current principal, his condition where he was, or his life, was in danger. And the department has to take a decision to save his life. At that time, that is the decision that they took, and I believe it was fair for the department, looking at the life of the current principal. Thank you.
I can't go into the details, of course, of the situation. And we obviously don't want to put at risk anybody. The gravity of the situation, in my view, I'm not minimizing what the current principal was going through in terms of safety. What I'm asking is, even in terms of safety, because I see you want to make it a degree of gravity in comparison. The department has many other placements. There's a pool of many other things or where the principal could have been transferred to. I'm asking that conditions, it is not relatively impossible to have made other alternative arrangements. So I put it to you. Are you saying that the only option to protect and ensure the safety of the current principal was to transfer him here? There was no other alternative, none, zero.
Can I refer the question to my senior to answer the question?
You may.
Okay.
I have no problem.
Okay.
May I kindly request, Honorable Yes,
to
sir.
repeat the question. I was engaged on something else when you were asking the question.
I'm not that important, DDG.
You are important, Honorable Source.
Okay,
It's just that I was disrupted by.
Okay, I'll repeat.
Yes.
The acting regional manager is in response to my question of whether it was fair or not, is saying that he feels it was correct based on the conditions. I wanted to know what conditions. The conditions he describes was that there was safety issues with the current principal where he was at. So the department made the decision for his safety. He had to be transferred here. My question is, was there no other alternative places for transfer? Was this institution the only institution where the principal could have been transferred to for his safety? And he then referred to you to answer the question as his senior.
On the basis of whatever that was submitted to the seniors, because regional manager and myself are not in power to appoint a principal. And subject to the submissions that could have motivated in terms of the choices, I would say yes, indeed.
What you just nicely said, you just phrased it differently. You were saying that it's not your power to appoint, it's your power to recommend, and you recommended. And therefore you feel that recommendation is correct. But my question is, was, based on your recommendation, was this institution the only option?
Not the only option.
So there could have been other alternatives?
Yes, there could have been.
So what then justified that you did not look at all the other options in terms of your recommendation, given that what you were about to do was cap a highly capable black female African woman that you have been using to run the show here? See, this thing that you are giving the impression that we can use females, and then when the time comes to affirm them, we then don't, and the reason we give is we had to protect a male. Nothing wrong, but there was other options, as you put it for the record. Given that your recommendation did not explore other options, but your immediate decision was to rather keep the former acting principal in an acting position somewhere else, rather than giving her a substantive post that she has been acting in. Do you think that is fair on her?
Honorable Souls, acting does not guarantee appointment.
I know that.
Yes.
So, no, hold on, DGG.
Yes.
Indeed, acting does not confirm appointment.
That's correct.
But being at risk somewhere else also does not confirm appointment.
Yes.
But in this case, it did.
Yeah, but I disagree with you to say there were no other considerations given. It might require that we submit the entire file that made recommendation for the executive authority to take a decision. It's not to say we did not look at other options. There were a number of options that were looked at. And some of them were informed because it was an issue of the state security that had to look at some of the issues. And therefore, the issue of the choice then emanated from there. So there is a report that talks to that recommendation to say these are the areas that we would have looked at. And it was not looked at the time to say because there's an incumbent there that is acting. It was at a time to look at a vacancy that is available across the sector, not necessarily that Flavius was then targeted because there's a woman there. I don't think...
That's not what I said.
Yeah.
I did not say you selected this because it was a female that was here. That's not what I said. What I did say is, because there was a female here who has been running the institution capably so, for over 2 years. Was your consideration to maintain her and see other opportunities or other available places or considerations to take the principal to?
There were other considerations, opportunities for her, and there were, because now I'll have to divulge that at some point she was recommended for appointment and she declined.
Okay.
Yes.
And that you're going to provide in writing?
Yes.
All right. Chairperson, indulgence, please. Principal, let's go.
Okay, thank you very much.
No, I'm going to, we're going to get to that question. I just want to, we want to
Okay.
start there quickly. When you were doing your presentation, Principal, you were very proud in your tone when you reported on your transformation slide. Are you proud?
I am happy with the progress, however small.
Are you proud?
I'm happy with progress, Chair.
Are you using the word happy synonymously to proud or differently from proud? Is it a lesser feeling or a greater feeling than proud?
I'm not sure how to answer that, but like I said, I'm satisfied with the progress we are making.
What makes you happy with that?
Like I said, the issues around gender profiles, gender equity, and I'm saying that we are making progress in terms of making sure, as you can
Principal,
see.
this is what you said when you did the presentation. You said we must look at the red line. And you spoke with so much pride that there's now less white people and more black people. Is that the element that makes you happy? Do you consider that the achievement in the transformation process?
We are making strides in the gender equity issues. We are making strides.
We're just dealing with race now. You mentioned race in your presentation, and you said to us, look at the red line. We are now having less white people and more black people. Did you consider that as the achievement, and that's what makes you happy?
To some degree, we have the responsibility of ensuring that we deal with the issues of employment of the disadvantaged groups, and we are happy with that. And I was particularly happy with the strides that we are making on the gender profile one. But
on the racial profile is what I'm asking.
Okay.
Are you happy that you now have less white people and more black people? Is that what makes you happy?
Not necessarily, but I'm happy that we are actually closing the gap of
between black and white people.
Yes.
So the less white people, the more black people, that makes you happy. It's okay, I won't blame you. You were very proud earlier. Just repeat your happiness. That's all you should do. You said it, I didn't say it, Principal. I'm now just trying to understand it. Should I pass?
Please,
I'll pass. Where is the line for colored said Indian? I see it's blue. I would prefer it green, but I see it's blue. And you have coloreds and Indians as part of the blue line. So you added one colored and 2 Indians to the blue line. Do you agree that that blue line, in terms of reflecting transformation, is a lie. Do you agree?
Do I agree if it's a lie?
Yes, in terms of its reflection. You are saying, through the blue line, you want us to celebrate the fact that there's an increase in the previously disadvantaged category. And therefore, that's transformation to the degree of 88.4%. I'm putting to you, it's a lie. Do you agree? Let me rephrase. The message you're trying to give us is that there's an 88.4% increase in the employment of black, colored, and Indian. That's the message you're trying to give through the blue line, correct? Correct, Principal?
Yes, combined.
Combined.
Yes.
Black, colored, and Indian, 88.4%. I'm putting it to you, that's a lie. Do you agree?
Unless the honorable member takes me through the...
Okay, I'll do that. The line says 88.4%. You are trying to make us believe when there's an increase, there will be an increase of all three categories of racial groups. I put it to you, it's only one. Because when you then work out the percentages, 3 out of 211 makes it 1.4%. 3 combined, colored and Indian combined, is 3 people out of 211. Percentage-wise, it's 1.4% out of 88.41%. Now, if you take the colored number only, which is 1 person out of 211, and you then make it a percentage, it comes out to 0.4%. Now, Principal, that means that the colored segment there in the blue line represents 0.4%. Now, mathematically, can you consider the colored ratio as part of 88.4%?
To the extent that I understand what you are arguing.
Now, answer my question. Can you mathematically, based on percentages, 1 colored out of 211 represents 0.4%. 0.4% out of 88.4%. Mathematically, can you consider colored as part of the blue line?
If you put it like that, yes, in terms of the principle, I did. But if you put it like that, and I'm not strong in mathematics,
Okay.
I would not necessarily argue.
Okay, logically, Principal, this is a very serious matter to me and the committee knows. Principal, look at me, my leader. Logically, not mathematically, 0.4% in terms of percentages means what? You cannot consider it a percentage, correct?
Yes.
Meaning, logically, the colored ratio cannot be part of the blue line, correct?
I think I understand the logic fine.
Correct?
Yes.
It's correct? Meaning now, equally so, the Indian ratio represents 0.9%. If you round it off, it's 1% of 88.4. But you cannot, in a presentation like that, consider it part of the contribution to 88.4%. Therefore, I came to the conclusion that blue line is deceiving the committee to say that there's an increase. There's no increase when it comes to colored and Indian that you've coupled together in the blue line. Do you agree, Principal?
Yes, I do agree,
Almost done,
Honorable Member.
Yeah, let's rest the
Last
Sorry?
one. Let's rest. I think we've labored.
We are resting. That's the reason why I asked him if he agrees, Chair.
Answer, Principal.
No, following his flow of argument, I do understand, but I think in our understanding was the sort of grouping of these designated groups. It's fine. I understand that in terms of how he argues it, I understand the logic and also appreciate and will also be considering it when we are doing our recruitment process.
Thank you, Principal. That means a lot. The foreign nationals is 5. Where are they represented in the graph? Which line?
I think I'll ask the HR, but I don't think that we had, they probably would fall, I don't want to get myself into trouble, but they will probably fall under Africans. But I will ask my manager to.
Before you go, you are saying they will probably fall under Africans. I agree. But are you saying they will fall under Africans, but coloreds and Indians won't?
What made me agree with the statement of the honorable member was the flow of his logic of the argument in terms of the percentage representativity. That's what made me agree. But if you ask me...
Let me ask you, is colored and Indian African?
I understand them to be Africans. That's basically my understanding.
Then why don't you have them part of the 211?
Maybe it's how we probably made the presentation. It gives us more problems than anything else, but I agree. We could have done better, but we thought we wanted to be specific when it comes to race in general. But I know that the concept around the race issues goes far more deeper than that. But we were just trying to be illustrative to the committee as we possibly could.
So you were going to refer where the foreign nationals falls, which line? HR was going to answer that, you said? Almost done, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. The issue of foreign nationals, for the fact that they also have acquired the South African ID, then they are also on the system being employed. Then we just only, on the narrative, indicate the separation so that everybody can see that how our demographics looks like. Thank you, Chair.
But I did not understand that response. I did not understand it.
On the graph, Chair.
Where are you? I can't see the person. Oh.
Yes. Okay. In the graph,
Yes.
I could not depict them and give them a specific line because they have all our South African IDs. And for that fact, that's why
The colored has a South African ID. The Indian has a South African ID. The white has a South African ID. Why are they not part of your graph, but they are part of the total? Come I tell you something.
Yes, sir.
You see, 88.4% is representative of 211, correct? 88.4% is reflective of 211 Africans. Is that correct?
It's not correct. Let me engage.
Okay.
Everybody there, when I'm doing that graph, it's inclusive of everybody, colored Indians, even the foreign nationals. But on the narrative, I was only indicating so that now you can see the demographics. Yes.
So the 88.4% is 211 plus 2 plus 1 plus 5.
The sum is not inclusive of the 211. I'm just only, if you can add 1, 2, and 3, all of them together, when they come to a total of 244, it's indicating that in our college, we have 244. But now our splitting in terms of now specifics, we have one
Let me
colored.
just quickly how I understand it. Then you correct me rather, because I'm not following. My understanding is the total is 244 employees. Yes?
Correct.
Am I doing good so far?
Yes.
The red line is for the 25. It's reflective of how it has decreased to what it is now from 2021 to now. 25 white people.
Yes.
Correct?
Correct.
Right. So now it's 244 minus 25.
Mathematically, you can take it that way. Remember when you do the employment equity, it's inclusive of
No, the
all-
graph, the graph, my leader.
Okay, yes.
I admit I'm slow, but I'm not that slow. The graph there.
Honorable person, I said I do understand.
Okay,
in
so
terms of
now,
mathematical
so
sequencing.
all right, so now on the blue line, you now have black. There, the blue line says you have it representative of black, colored, and Indian. That's what it says there, correct?
Correct.
What are you saying to me? You had to add foreign national for the person who reads the graph. You had to add foreign national. The blue line also represents foreign national, correct?
Yes.
You did not do so, meaning foreign national is not included in the blue line, correct? No, the graph,
Yes,
look at the
yes.
graph.
I agree with you.
You agree?
In terms of
now
yes,
I'm
the description.
asking, why is it not included there?
It's an omission that I'll look into it so that I can correct.
You know that word omission? I've been hearing it. And you know what I did, Chair? Because I continued to hear omission, because I'm slow, I went to the dictionary to go look, what is this omission? Does it exclude intention? I came to find the word omission means you intentionally discard it. So the fact that you used omission now means to me, you are saying you intentionally discarded that.
Yeah, we're approaching 40 minutes, Honorable Salt.
Last one. This is the last question.
Please.
Thank you for your indulgence, Chair.
Yeah, but also, you know, I'm allowing you on this one, but the numbers that you guys are discussing are not even accurate. So you guys,
Chair.
you are literally no, but we have taken about 15 minutes discussing.
But Chair, I was going to go to the accuracy of the numbers, but because of time I can't. But I wanted to make the point that what we are continuously receiving, Chair, reflecting from the slides that we've been continuously given, it is misleading. It is giving the impression that there's transformation, and there's not. And I was trying to help here to say, there's no way to explain around it. That's my submission, Chair.
Yeah, HR.
Just the, what appointments, let's go to that one. What appointments do, or what positions do the foreign nationals occupy?
We have 5. In that 5, 2 are PL1 in the business studies as lecturers. Then we have also 2 in the engineering PL1. Then we have 1 in engineering who is on PL2.
Are those jobs that South Africans can do?
Yes, from all the specs, yes, we have South Africans who can do the job.
The law requires that when you give jobs to legal foreign nationals, which you are more than welcome to do, they are our brothers and sisters, those who are here legally. But the law requires when you do that, there must be South Africans that is unable to do those jobs. There's no South African you could find to do those jobs. You are saying that there are South Africans can do those jobs. It's not a scarce skill. So what you have effectively done, you have employed more foreign nationals than coloreds and Indians combined. And they are born here. Do you see my problem?
I do see, sir.
Do you concede it's wrong?
I do agree. I do agree, Honorable Chairperson.
To the entire leadership of this college, do you commit on record today you will work hard to correct this?
Absolutely, sir.
Principal.
Thank you very much. I'm not starting another conversation, but all I am saying, the college, when we do recruitment, we advertise. The response of people also determines what, but in terms of principle, we would have liked to see this picture better.
I don't appreciate that. From someone who's been transferred. You should feel better. You should know better. You are at this college because this system looked at your situation that you were facing that side. You cannot come and say that the reason why that numbers looks like that is because you've advertised properly but no one comes. There are professionals that are looking for jobs of all races. Don't prioritize one. We are pushing for transformation that includes black, white, Indian, and coloreds in this country. Principal.
I was just about to conclude.
No,
that
but
in
you had a
principle-
preamble. It is simple for you to say, I commit. Those numbers we must work hard to change, like your colleague did. That's all you had to do. No justification. Just say, I will show leadership in driving the process to change that.
Okay, I commit, Chair.
Thank you, Principal. Chairperson, I want to thank you on the record for your indulgence. Thank you so much.
Yeah, it would have been the last time. Honorable Souls. Honorable Khabo.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson, and thanks for the opportune moment. Chairperson, let me probably start by appreciating the report as presented. I just want to check with you, Principal. The discussion around transformation, it will take us the whole day. And to a large extent, we might agree and we might not agree. So let me leave that part of transformation. How do you facilitate your stakeholder engagements? You've got students, you've got workers. How do you conduct it and how often do you do that?
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Member. As part of the organizational culture, we introduce an annual imbizo, which we normally, which we hold at the beginning of the year, right, late December, January and February. So where we call in all the stakeholders, staff, to talk about, we're reflecting on what we said we wanted to do, what we can change, what is wrong, how can we do better. But also I have my legislated meetings with the SRC, but then the SRCs would also talk to their campus managers, and then the college SRC would actually interact with me, but I do also interact with them on any other basis as and when we need to speak on an issue. But I also, through labor, before we had a labor forum, we would individually, they would individually make requests, but the issue is, as quite often, I think, if I'm not mistaken, I met labor, Nehau, Satu, but we decided then that we needed to form a labor forum so that we then can speak regularly. So we have set the labor forum, and through my DPC, I think they have met because also it's an issue of time, but we have committed to meeting, I think, twice, and there's a meeting that we are actually now finalizing. So and then of course you've got the executive management that has to meet every
Principal, how often do you meet with your stakeholders? Do you do it monthly, quarterly?
With the SRC, it's legislatively, it's supposed to be quarterly, but we meet with the SRC as and when there's an issue through campus managers. With labor, we had not necessarily done it month to month, but I believe through DPC, I believe that we had agreed at least on 2 months arrangement that we will engage. And of course, as I said, with staff, we meet at the beginning of the year. Then we have our executive meetings in general.
You know, I'm raising this thing because of principle. I'm trying to, in fact, like one of the members said, we are not a court. We are here to develop a working relation so that we address the fundamental challenges confronting South Africa. So I'm asking you because of my observation is that some of the issues that have been raised here, generally, they could have been addressed at the level of your engagement, your stakeholder engagements. So that we do not necessarily elevate issues unnecessarily and create an impression that there is a crisis where there's no crisis. From where I'm sitting, there's no crisis, but the manner in which how you are conducting your affairs as a principal will create a crisis, unnecessarily so. So I'll plead with you as part of your recommendations. Develop a clear plan on how you engage your stakeholders. It must be constant. You will not agree with everything with the labor, but engage them. The second part that I want to check, majority of your executive are in an acting position. How often or when last did you conduct an assessment of your personnel in terms of the relevance of their skills? Secondly, what is your policy saying? You know, Ndate Zungu, I prefer referring to local government because it's very clear in terms of the framework. There you act for 3 months. 3 months is clear. For you to act more than 3 months, you'll need a concurrence. So I want to check with you, how do you, it's fine, you can note it, then you can submit it in writing.
Okay.
The issue of the police. Okay. But it's simple, straightforward. Your management, majority of them, they are acting. And part of your presentation, you have indicated that you cannot employ people given your financial shortfall. But my observation is that others are there, but not necessarily relevant in terms of producing what is expected from them. My question is, how often do you conduct a skills assessment as a way of checking the relevance? I'm not sure if it's a question that makes sense to you, and my apologies if it does not make sense.
Actually, I think I'm struggling. I wouldn't say that it doesn't make sense. I think I'm struggling to understand it. But if we are talking about the skills audit of management, that we do through the performance appraisal thing. I think, but if then maybe the honorable member wants something else, I'm very much happy to actually give a detailed report on that, and then clearly outline what it means.
Look, Principal, it's fine. I think you'll just have to find a way of giving us a written response.
Okay.
Principal, Your institution is located at the center of the economy of this country. And currently, we are discussing issues of reindustrialization of the economy. You are offering engineering courses here, or as indicated. Can you specifically indicate as to, apart from your electrical and everything, in relation to your local economy, like now that I've indicated that you are surrounded by mines, obviously, what specific program are you offering in relation to what I've given indication to? The issue of reindustrialization of the economy, producing relevant skills that are responding to the local economy. You have indicated engineering, but engineering is very broad. So I wanted to specifically speak on and around mining sector. Let me give you an example. Our natural resources are being exported. Ne? And if we're to speak of reindustrialization, it means that we must have our own processing plant here with whatever resources that we are producing. In relation to Sasolburg and engineering in particular.
Hello?
Hi.
Honorable Member, I will give my academic DP to give details, but we are doing a lot of programs like your welding that we've just introduced, the specific skills that they're talking about, but my DPA can elaborate on that. We have also done farming management that we have introduced, and we are also doing mechanical engineering that we're having. Actually, if we had the pleasure of doing the walker pass, we will actually show you what we are doing. But I would like my DPA to give more details.
No, it's fine, Principal. It's fine. It's fine, don't, I'll end up losing focus now. Can I check with you, Principal? I'm raising all of these things to show you that generally as a principal, you should be doing better based on relations that you can be creating. That is Zungu. Yesterday we had Malut. Malut has demonstrated an ability that once you are working with your relevant stakeholders, you are able to ease the pressure of government funding. And you are able to respond to the logical conclusion of introducing sitters, making sure that people are getting relevant skills, but ultimately are being placed. I'm deliberately asking you these questions. So I'm saying to you, avoid being a consumer. You know, there are people who are employed in government just to consume and spend, but they cannot apply their creativity on how they can assist institutions that they are leading. There are sitters that you can be working with. You are surrounded by minds. Apply your creativity on and around that principle. That is just an advice. Going to the finance department, Principal, do you have a risk and audit committee?
Yes, we do have an interim one.
Sorry?
Yes, we do have an interim one, of course, based on the issues that we raised in terms of council members.
Okay. What is the relationship between your risk and audit committee and your finance? Remember, the risk or audit committee, they are there basically to avoid unwanted audit outcomes. Meaning that you don't have to wait for the Auditor General to tell you that you've got challenges on and around internal controls. Through your internal audit committee and risk committee, they should be. That's why I'm asking you, what is your relationship? Are they in existence? How often do you meet?
Oh, I think I was mistaken. I thought you meant the one that is linked to council. We do have an internal audit, and we do have a committee that we have just set and we have met. I think since the sitting we have met, I think CFO, you can help me. He's leading that particular committee, but we do even have a co-sourced risk, what you call internal audit company that is helping us exactly with what the honorable member is saying. So we do meet regularly, and I think our terms of reference have actually put in, I think, 2 times a month, twice, I think once a month or twice, or so once every 2 months. But I'm not sure about it. But we do meet and we're looking at the issues of risk.
No, it's fine. Yesterday it was explained why you are having challenges in terms of your finances. And DDG was trying very hard to practicalize what he was referring to. In fact, he made an example of a Tata in a Mercedes-Benz, and it made a lot of sense. Even though at that time I did not agree with it, but it made a lot of sense. I'm raising this because of, I'm not sure as to how are you expecting this institution to get the necessary assistance when you yourself are not demonstrating the ability to do that. In fact, creating an environment where all stakeholders can work together and make sure that the teaching and learning is taking place, undisturbed. I'm not sure whether there's a labor imbizo behind me here or what is happening. But generally, they are disruptive, Chairperson. The labor is just being disruptive here. And I'm not sure why. Chairperson, in closing, my understanding is that TVET colleges must be able to demonstrate a willingness to respond to challenges that are there in the society. I had intentions of being hard on the college, but after I've went through your reports, I've realized that probably I must come back after 6 months and make certain recommendations so that we can look into them, so that next time when we come back, we're able to have a meaningful engagement on and around on how we are turning around the situation. From where I'm sitting, issues that are being raised by labor and the students, it's issues that you can resolve on your own. But thirdly, as a committee, as much as you are pleading with our support in terms of the necessary financial support that must be given to your institution, be able to demonstrate that indeed you are able to put systems in place so that as and when we make that investment, we're able to prove that indeed this investment is responding to the challenges of our people. No, in a nutshell, Ntate Zungu, today we are in a good mood. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Law. No, thank you very much, Chair. Before I start, I appreciate this, sweetie, Mar. These things are just shining on us, man. Eh? I don't know, is it deliberate or what? On a lighter note, I want to check, regional manager, what is your role as a regional manager? What are you doing maybe to assist the TVET? What are you presenting over? Maybe I don't understand. I want to first, there's a disruptive honorable members next to me, Chair, also here. From the labor side, it came to members now, they're disturbing me. And I've been quiet, Shem. Been quiet, listening to their issues, they're disturbing me now. That's next to me. Can you protect me, Chair?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks, PC member. One, as a regional manager, my role is to provide an oversight, just like you are doing here, in terms of the general management of colleges, both TVET and CET colleges. Number 2 is to provide support. I also do monitoring and evaluation, that is in a nutshell, and try to put systems in place.
Okay, thanks. Just there. Honestly, come on as a Christ, are you doing what is expected from you to do, given all the problems since from the day one of the colleges? And if yes, what steps have you taken to address all of these issues? Because I'm an HR person. Now in HR, we speak on hierarchy.
whereby those on lower sides will report here, report to the DDG, report to the minister. In your analysis with these problems, what have you done? Or what are your plans or what are your intentions to assist the process? Before we get to the principal, what coming? Because I want to understand, because before we can get to the principal, we would have known your analysis and we would have gotten your report as to what are you doing, which oversight are you playing? Because if you are playing oversight, inefficiencies and deficiencies that we are finding toward the institutions, we are supposed to have detected them first and could have dealt with them to say, look, we've reported to the regional manager, these are our issues, and so far so good. The next financial year, we have reprioritized all of these issues according to our plan. So I'm raising all of this because I want to agree with Honorable Kabo. We lack to collaborate and integrate our work and do exactly, because I feel that yes, parliamentary, you brought us here to come and deal with your issues, where else you could have dealt with your issues. Now, because there's no like TV, presenter. Now we must come here, repose, and about no. I've got a problem with that. Management must take responsibility. If you are given a position to preside over people or preside over an office, you've got a duty to make sure that they respond to the issues. And there's a framework, a template that guides to say, monthly you report, quarterly you must sit to your labor forum meetings, thirdly you must come and tell me what are the issues. And then before you send issues to your bosses or to the top structure, senior structure, you would have dealt with basic things that we are dealing with today here. Simply. So I'm saying, go look at your office and go and review on your approach of your office, because we can't be dealing with people that are responding, who are accounting to you, and you are here and it's nice, and these poor people must answer. You should be able to say, no, we are aware of this and our plans on this is that and that. I want to assist the process of management. Because my worry is, I'm just being honest. Stick to the principles of how we must govern and deal with issues. No thanks, Chair. So, Principal, there are allegations, serious allegations, that one, you unprocedurally changing or shifting lecturers to different posts without following procedure. And I listened to you saying you are sitting with Labour and SRC. You're not sitting with Labour and SRC, I can assure you. Because if they are raising these issues here, then I'm going to explain to you what becomes a forum of a Labour, with the management and the employees and the unions. The majority union will have 100% rights of accessing information of the management or college with regard to finances and decision making, and will form part of decision making and have a liberty of certain things to do with regard to labor relations. And then the minority will follow suit and have certain benefits too for them to benefit. Now, allegations, counsel, you must assist us, that we found is that when a principal, we have hired your girlfriend as a lecturer there, without any procedure. You announced it in a staff meeting and it happened, there was no procedure. How true is it? Because it's allegations. I want to understand before I proceed. Is it true you have taken a lecture unprocedurally who has a certain special type of relationship with you to become a lecturer without following procedure? If it's not true, and then Labour will have to confirm.
It is not true that unprocedural. This is my wife they're talking about, that we had to move together as part of my relocation. She was on PESA, but we had to move here. But because the issues here, the issues of 63% threshold, then she was then had to be taken by the college. She was already teaching where I was.
You've never shifted the unprocedural?
No.
Okay. Labor? How true are the allegations, because you are sitting forum meetings and you are part of the management decisions?
Labor ya batlo araba.
Okay. Okay. No, Chair, let's protect the labor, it's fine. Maybe they've got reasons. But I'm moving, Principal. I will prefer you put it in writing so that we can further make follow-ups on the procedure that we followed. And then Regional Manager, you've got a task in your part of your review. It's one of the tasks that we want to get clarity from Parliament so that you get these things. I want to ask the Deputy Principal Academics, can you share what the committee subject which results were delayed and whether it was due to the factors outside of the college control or the college internal matters, even relating to marks?
May I submit that in a report? It will be difficult now. We didn't prepare on all of that. So normally, when we have subjects that are outstanding, you have a batch that is either outstanding or you will have individual subject per student. May I please submit that to you in writing?
While you're going to submit writing, I am told that through the presentation, the reason that students are failing, one, it is because classrooms are packed, more so in the engineering subject. Two, there is 6 groups allocated per 1 lecture, and then lecturers are moved from one subject to another without procedure. And then I want to understand, if you move from part-time to distance learning, what will be the process from there also?
The phase in and the phase out is causing a huge, we have a lot of students that are falling as part of the engineering side on the N1 to N3, so the numbers have been large. So yes, we do have some groups that are much bigger than the others, and lectures are carrying that load, so we do acknowledge. Lectures were given 6 periods. This is just for a short period. It hasn't been a norm at the college. It was only for the past 2 years. This is just to assist us to transition from the report 191 onto occupational. You will find that some lecturers are overloaded at this stage, but some lecturers only have 20 students or 30 or not even a maximum of 50 for that entire semester or the year. So we are transitioning very rapidly. The N3 will phase out. The last exam is at the end of this year, and the biggest backlog of those students will be out of the system. So it has been a challenge. The part-time classes, the college that was running, the part-time classes was also a huge challenge. Before the college could suspend part-time, and this is also the situation that we are inheriting, there was a lot of discussion over that. It wasn't just a management decision. And there was research done into the whole part-time situation, and so part-time classes were not only students that were repeating subjects, but it was actual groups that were moved towards the afternoon because of infrastructure problems at the college, and those groups were reduced. Our student numbers have dropped by 50% in terms of the funding grid, and all of these are going to balance out as we go ahead during the course of the year. So you will find that lectures that had a huge load now, it's definitely going to decrease during the course of the year, but we are balancing out as we're going along. And the next one is the distance education is basically for students that are repeating subjects. They are registered for those subjects and they are allocated to a lecturer for support in terms of the assessments that they have to rewrite and subject support, and they are allowed to write the exam. So it's just this transition phase that's very, very difficult for the college to maneuver at this stage. And the biggest problem is we cannot employ more staff because of our threshold. And another sore point, I'm not sure if you're going to bring it up later, is the instability and the low morale that we have surrounding around contracts, that we cannot have long-term contracts. Once again, based on the funding at the college, the cash flow at the college, and the number of students that we have per staff ratio. So as we proceed during the year, these are abnormalities that will sort itself out as we go ahead. But we're introducing occupational programs at a rapid rate, and we will balance out soon.
Okay. Thanks. I want to check, did you discuss this with the stakeholders? Are they aware of this presentation that you are making?
The part-time, the issue of the part-time, which was the sore point, was discussed at our CAMT meetings, which is the College Academic Affairs Management Team meeting, which has our campus managers, our heads of departments, and our senior lecturers, and they engage with the staff. Part-time was just not closed off all of a sudden. It was handed to the team to say, please go, look at it, look at your staff, talk to your staff, and see how we can do this better. What can we do? And
did you brief labor also about that intentions that you are doing? I want to establish something. Did you brief labor on what the decision as part of your team?
In terms of part-time?
Yes.
So this was done about a year ago, where the decision was taken, even with the previous principal being around.
Did you brief labor? Did labor form part of this? Did you tell them at least to say this is our intention?
To be honest, Labor Forum was only established recently. Even though we had a mandate from the department many years ago for a forum to be established, it was never given that recognition. And
sorry.
So they were not.
Yeah.
They were not briefed.
Well, I'm getting there.
Yes.
I want to show you your inefficiencies, and I want to take you back. The principal responded to say you are meeting with labor sometime to engage in issues. That thing that I'm asking you about is part of a key decision making where you must involve stakeholders who should be represented by their unions as you are going to change or make impact on key issues that affects the day-to-day running of the college. So if principal is saying you are meeting labor forum has just been established, two things that are not agreeing to each other. Wait. Now, I'm showing you what is your problems as management. Simple decision-making issues. If you do not take it to those who are represented or labor by or stakeholders, you will encounter problems, will never get to have this college to produce what the president wants and what the country demands. Hence, I'm saying, hence I want to agree, we're not here to become pop stars, but we're here to get tools and instruments to lead government in the current epoch accordingly and within the systems that will change the lives of the black students who are always queuing, who are always not getting NSFAS to pay for them, who are always encountering to drop out because of socio-economic challenges. And management is unconsciously, unprovoked. They seek not to say, look, we've got these problems, but we're going to fix it. Yes, we don't have money, but no one allows in his household that there must not be food, there must not be essentials. The college is exactly like a family house. Where children are there, we must deal with their needs and deliver what is expected from them. Compliance and responding because we are academics or we are lawyers does not change the impact on the ground. Unfortunately, we are all leading this country together. The reason why here, as parliament, is to come and check our stakeholders as to how far are you, what are you doing, because the president has given hope to the nation to say, this is what I'm giving you as per the programs of education. But Tina, as legislators, as we get here, and we come and see that there is no hope for the multi-foster children to reach to the current epoch demands and challenges, then we will have a problem. We need to be conscious, Council Chair. We need to be conscious, Principal, in dealing with issues. Your problems don't need us to come and sit here and tell you what are your problems. We must be in position to engage with stakeholders and plan ahead and together as to how do we want to see this college going forward in making sure that it changes the attitude that the AG is referring to in terms of your internal controls, inefficiencies, and your material misstatements that the AG has identified and your finances. Now, I'm going to, as I conclude, I've asked the regional manager, council chair, I want to ask you, is consciously, as you are expected to preside over governance, finances, administration, and day-to-day running of the college, are you satisfied? And what have been your intervention and oversight as a council chair with regard to responding to the challenges of college? Because I'm trying to give you a mind map as we move out there as parliament. We don't expect to come back and things are going to repeat themselves. So I want to understand what has been your interventions as council. What has been, because I'm expecting you, if labor, management and student don't get along, council is there to play its role and make sure we don't have these gaps in amongst the college management.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I can boldly say that we have never been happy. That is why when we were appointed, we identify all the gaps that you alluded to. And we make recommendations like the issue of qualified report. It was shocking. And that is why we gave it attention.
Do you have audit action plans as council with regard to that?
For now, as we have not yet had full complement of the council, we thought that by now we will be having that full complement and all structures and subcommittees functioning very well. That is why we don't have that plan. And we looked also on the issue of labor.
You know, sorry, Mudula Stulo, when you don't have an audit action plan one, or you recover a plan to implement at this juncture, it does not assist the process. I ought to differ because one, part of your, even if you are not fully functional, you've got a duty to preside over the work of the college.
Okay. No, let me put it this way. I was referring to the full complement working to as the committee now. But now, as we have indicated that we have an interim, the deputy is the person who we have delegated to deal with all those plans. And
do you have a plan?
They have developed a plan and it's there. It's there.
Have you implemented it? How far are you with your progression of implementation out of 100%?
I can give that one to the deputy to answer.
Deputy? Deputy, if you haven't done it, we are assisting you now. We are trying to put systems in place in a puzzle. You can see here, we've brought a youth puzzle, and out of our deliberations, I think the puzzle is getting there. If it's not there, you must just say hi on that day because
you can audit action plan. We do have the audit action plan. If you're asking if I have to quantify if I have to quantify the findings that we have resolved, on Monday we had I had the audit and risk committee. So by Monday we had 33% resolved findings. We had about 26%, which the CFO basically, in his view, they were resolved, but the internal audit was not necessarily happy with it. So we have put it as amber to say that that's work in progress, and about 26% that has not been, that they haven't done anything. So there is an audit action plan, and it is in place.
No, thanks, Chair. In conclusion, council, regional manager, and principal, and the unions and students go and work together. Can each and every person do his or her job And I want to say, Chair, that we should maybe agree that we should get quarterly reports with regard to progress in terms of from the regional manager, what all the TVETs and universities, what all the TVETs that is presiding, so that we are able to check their work, because I think we should put our PMS system in place as a committee so that we can use we can use the SMART principles to check that are the predetermined objectives and plans, are they according to what the RMF said, so that as we get hold to the DDG and the DG, them would have known that at least we have put systems in place to assist the process in the college. And I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Law. All of you are taking too long. Honorable Masako.
No, I cannot
No.
post such and
You
it
wanna
was just
perm-
handed me to.
You want to permit that it's all okay?
Oh,
But so help me God.
oh.
CFO, Renali consultancy company that's helping you with internal audit.
Yes, we do have a consultant company who's doing internal audit work.
Are we seeing the fruits?
Chairperson, I think with the challenges we had with the oversight structure, because for some time, I think when the last term of the last council's term ended, there was a vacuum where there was no structure in place. So the internal audit was just doing a follow-up audits in the meantime, but in order to deal with the issues that was raised by the Auditor General in the last financial report, we had an engagement with the AG to use internal audit in reviewing the work that we do. So from that perspective, there is work that is being done from their side.
Okay. DDG, I think maybe let me clarify first that maybe we're a little bit unfair, Principal, to ask you about the hiring of your wife. We should ask the department, regional manager acting and the DDG. Is it true that as part of the principal's redeployment, the condition was the wife must also be transferred? Was it part of the package?
No, I'm not aware of, Chair.
Regional manager?
I'm not aware of, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, so you will go and find out and give it to us in writing. How long acting regional manager can or must a person act for in a position?
It will vary in terms of the nature of work, Chair. One, as a lecturer, because the responsibilities must be carried out throughout the year. Normally we use 12 months. But as a support staff, normally we use 6 months. Thanks, Chair.
So you are saying everybody who's acting in this institution has not been acting for more than 6 months?
The acting appointment can be extended, Chair, but we will also confirm with the college. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Principal, the
DPA, if I heard correct, is she acting in 3 positions?
She is acting in 2. In fact, she's DPR, acting in also DPA.
So she's DP register,
Yes,
and then she's acting
as DPA.
partnership and
And
linkages.
yes.
Is that
DPR would include, under DPR you would have partnerships and linkages as part of the original functions. But the one that I've given her to take care of is DPA because of the reasons that we have explained.
And okay, so she's acting on 1.
Acting on 1 exactly.
Okay. And who's the substantive there? Who's your DPA?
It's the acting principal in the CET college, the one who was acting in Gauteng. The one who was a former acting principal.
Okay. Department little create la matata. Because when somebody is acting somewhere, they leave their position, and somebody must act there. And if we take long to fill, we have problems. Finance, do we have enough in our coffers to pay salaries, let's say, for the next 6 months?
Chairperson, we don't have reserves as a college to answer you in simple terms as for the next 6 months, but in terms of the projections, the money that are coming from subsidies, yes, we are able to pay salaries, and we should be able to in the next 6 months.
Okay. So I think we must resolve this way, Principal. That immediately, well, you must not, I heard the chairperson, I think, of SATU, when he was finishing his presentation, says, Raskatibel, Singapore. So I want to ask you, Principal, let's not use our positions to settle our differences somehow. Ne? I want to ask you again to immediately to have consultative meetings with labor and the students. Because when they were speaking here, you could tell that they're frustrated. They don't have a platform to ventilate issues. Sit down with them. I want to ask you, when you sit down with them, you are not going to win all discussions, including labor. When you are in consultative meetings, you are not going to win everything. But let's go into discussions with a clear understanding that we want to fix. CFO, let's expedite this appointment of Wi-Fi. You know, this over-reliance on tenders sometimes is a problem. When I let a company or say 3, there are not many, they'll say, give me quotations on putting fiber on our campuses. And then just hotspots, Wi-Fi spots or something. It will even be cheaper. So let's expedite that thing quick, so that our students and workers can access the internet. We must also conclude that acting DPA or acting DP register, you meet with NSFAS immediately to finalize this back and forth on registration date, because it's affecting the release of allowances to students. If we don't give them their there are crazy people out there who always want to take advantage of desperate young girls. So let's not give them an opportunity to fall prey to those ones, because NSFAS can't pay them on time when we have not finalized all of these things. So meet immediately to deal with those things. NSFAS must also meet with students immediately to address these issues of student accommodation, payments, and all of that. Because we don't want problems. From our side, I think we'll write to the minister again to ask her to finalize the appointment of council members, because it's affecting the day-to-day now. Because if one member of the current setup is not available, it means that council will not form quorum. In the global, if you're out of 9, if you are 4 there, you don't form quorum, or out of 10, whatever. So there are a number of issues that will not be finalized by the board or council if these appointments are not done. So we'll write to the minister to ask her to finalize this part. Department, we've been with you, DDG, since Monday. Went to all TVET colleges in the province. Went to Moteo, went to Goldfields, Maluti, and Flavius, Mareka. Issues were raised at DDG by the students, by workers, by members of parliament. So we're going to give you 1 month until 28 April to give us a report back on all of them, on all the issues that members raised and how we are addressing them. You see, we spend, it's what now? We spend about 5 hours here talking. And I don't think we've even spent 40 minutes talking about the core business of TVET colleges. What is it that we should be achieving? How many artisans have we produced that can compete globally? So we spend 5 hours talking, in my view, about issues that should not dominate our discussions. We don't like that. We want to concentrate on the core business. But it becomes difficult when governance is not right, management, you don't understand your harassment policy. When workers feel harassed and others protected. I mean, we were at Moteo. Students gain enough strength to complain about sexual harassment of about 9 lecturers. It's not easy for a student to stand up and say, Tokyo, war tshwara tshwara." They gain enough strength to tell the powers that be. And the college does not suspend those people. So students on a daily basis must wake up, go look at these monsters. If they drop out because they feel unsafe, again, it will be a fault of a student. So there are certain things that we don't want, colleagues. So it's our protector. So let's do a workshop on harassment cases with your HR people. You see, you are committing that 23 April, what is that? GBV police to cancer. I've not heard you say you have spoken to workers on it. What was their contribution? You've spoken to students on it. What was their contribution? So literally you are going to put yourself in a position where you put a serious case of GBV police to cancel, which has not been globally accepted in the institute. It won't help. So let's go and try to do all of these things right. Principal. On partnership, let's say, the principal of the CET, College of Free State, presented to us on Wednesday. The number of partnerships that make sense, that were presented there, very impressive. You are in Sosolberg, right opposite, I'm seeing it through the window. The partnership that you should be having with them. I mean, Wi-Fi. If you have proper partnerships, say our hotspot demo. That's part of partnerships. And you save the 10 rand that you are going to advertise now and invest it in something else. So partnerships are extremely important. Because Mona is also doing some things in engineering and all of that, we should be having this campus ordinarily. It should be a campus that concentrate or that is heavy on producing artisans that will go and do work integrated learning next door. So you sit down with them and say, so, when you hire somebody more on petroleum, then they give you the course content that you teach so that when you produce these kids, Sasol is able to say, yeah, they are produced and I can take them. You know what? So let's say
you won't get it right if you don't work with industry. We will write to you to give us the numbers in terms of those that have been placed in the industry. Those were across all your campuses. Again, we will have a session with the department, Umalusi and SITA about certification. It's not sitting well with me that students finished writing in November 24. In March, there are no certificates. That means they're sitting at home. They can't progress, and NSFAS can't pay for them anymore. We're just creating problems. So I'm going to close that way, colleagues. I want to thank you for everything. I hope that, Principal, you still have lunch for us. So I'm going to close the meeting that way. And I want to thank you, Labour. Principal, I was my don't worry. You have a responsibility to represent your members. And Principal knows that you are presenting what your members said you must come and present. So, it's an next. Principal Araukopa Luena. Arbato Hutamo. Retoluana Leluna. So, I want to thank you, regional team. You've been with us, acting regional manager, with your team throughout almost the 1,200 kilometers we've covered in 1 week on the road. Team from the department, NSFAS, acting interim chair, interim deputy chair or an acting chair, or interim chair. So I think the interim deputy chair is busy lobbying. So he believes he's got numbers there in the council. So he's already declaring himself chair. So the team from the university, from the TVET, the student leadership, thank you very much. Yeah, I thank everybody, colleagues. So our meeting is now adjourned. Thanks.